Alrighty, and it
I don't know
looks
why I
like
like waving.
You like waving before anyone gets on here. It's just for the replays. Alrighty, hello, anyone who's tuning in to, what are we going to call this, the day one kickoff stream. We've got the four of us here to kick things off with, I guess the players will be taken to court in a couple of minutes here. So we've got Spread down in the bottom right. How are you, Spread?
Oh, I'm doing great, man. I've been excited for this tournament to kick off. A little bit of complications. I don't know if it's going to be as smooth as the NBA bubble, but I'm definitely hoping it will be.
Fingers crossed. And down in the bottom left there, we've got Jorge. How are we? How's things up in Canada?
Doing well, doing well. Can't complain. It's sunny outside, so it's all good.
A little bit different to here. And Noops, what's going on?
What's happening? It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood, guys. We've got basketball today. We've got tennis all day. I'm just going to sit in the same spot on my couch and really only move to, use the bathroom and get a fresh drink.
Yeah, looks like you got takeout right next to you already. Are you ready to go?
I do. It was wonderful. I had a Western omelet this morning. It was delicious.
Wonderful. Yeah, see, I'm still on my coffee, so you're way ahead of me.
Alrighty, and thanks to everyone tuning in. So we're actually going live on Periscope, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch for the first time. So we'll see how that all unfolds. I'm basically going to be riding the momentum of the other three here in the group because it is just about to tick over to 1 a.m. here in Melbourne. I'm currently under curfew and haven't slept in about 19 hours. So we'll see what unfolds. We had a little bit of a chat, guys, before we came on here, but it looks like we've got a couple of plays, I think, between all of us coming up first on court. Has anyone got any particular matches they want to quickly highlight or chat through what they might be on?
Yeah, we have, let's see, we got, I know that I'll be watching the Davidovich-Fokina match. I'm going to have eyes on Gerasimov's match. Jordan Thompson's playing first up. Tomljanovic Kerber is on. And Varvara Gracheva and Paula Badosa Hubert. So I'm going to be a busy bee for the next couple hours.
So just your standard Monday, really, isn't it?
Well, you've got 64 matches to pick from. I've got a couple already this morning. The Di Lorenzo-Sasnovich match, I think, could be really interesting. I think this is one of those matches where if you're trying to project out your outcomes, there's a really high variance in what's possible. It could be like a 3-set under. We could see this thing go 2 long sets. There could be a tie break in here somewhere. So I think this match will be fascinating. I've got over 2.5 sets here. And then I also bet the yes on the tiebreaker. I think the odds were about 4-1, so just a little bit there. But got that there. I went under in Gracheva Badosa. I've got under 21. I think whatever happens there will happen in 2 sets, and 2 sets in the WTA is usually 21 games or less. So happy to take that number. And then that was it, I think, for me. Spread, do you have anything to start the day?
I just joined Jorge on the Badosa, and I just looked it up. If you guys are on ESPN Plus, that match is on court 15.
Which one?
So,
oh, no. No streaming for me on small courts for the U.S. Open. This is the one slam a year I can't get stream basically anything I want with Bet365. There's no video streams here in Canada. And I know some countries they will have them, so everyone's like, what do you mean? I can watch on Bet365. Here we are geo-restricted. We can watch like Wimbledon, the French, the Aussie, so whatever's not on TV or available to us, we can watch legally through the betting site. Not today, sadly.
Yeah, all we have here in Melbourne in terms of streaming is, I think it's Centre Court. So that's, I think Carolina Pliskova first up in about an hour from now. So we're really spoiled for choice there, aren't we? We'll just quickly jump into the chat. Hello to our friend Whale Kappa, or as do you refer to him as Drail?
I do. I'm not quite ready to make the move from Whale to Drew. So I'm at Drail right now. I think at some point I will get to Drew. For those of you worrying about my name change, I don't really care. But when it comes to me referring to Whale, I'm not quite at Drew yet. I'll get there.
Will you? I have to figure out what I'm going to call you now. I'm very confused.
That's fine. If you think about it, you don't really use people's names all that often anyway. It's unimportant. Steve, did you bet anything in the early matches?
I've just got one, I think, to kick things off. I've got Jordan Thompson minus 3.5 games. So got that for 1 unit. So look, he wasn't too bad, I think, in the first round of qualifying last week. It was a little bit disappointed against Caruso, but I think, particularly the first couple of rounds of the men's in particular across the best of 5, that there's going to be, looking for that significant fitness edge when you're taking a player, particularly if matches are going to go long. Clean players here struggle in heat and humidity in the past, and not a lot of tennis. It's going to be an even more difficult task here.
Yeah, I think as well. I mean, it's easy to oppose Travaglia on hard courts. I think potentially there were a few runs this year at Challenger events where he looked somewhat decent, but his competition was next to nothing. Like, played absolutely no one decent. The Aussie he lost to Garin in straights, which is not a great loss at all on hard courts. And I'm confused as to why Thompson was in that $1.60 range pre-matched, and so I gladly took the minus 3.5 games as well there.
Sounds good. So it looks like the players are just taking the court. We've got a couple of decisions around who's serving first in a couple of the matches, so it'll be good to see things kick off. And there aren't many feelings like seeing that first kind of slate of matches just go live on Flashscore or whatever app that you are using, just to know that you've got a very, very long but hopefully exciting 2 weeks of tennis ahead. I guess while we can quickly just cover off a couple of minutes, any particular outrights for any of you guys that you've had an eye on before the tournament kicks off?
Yeah,
go ahead, Ori.
We tried to record twice the Net Worth pod this week, over 3 hours.
No, we recorded it twice. We didn't try.
Yes. Yeah. That's and the audio just didn't work out, so we didn't.
Oh, I got the email this morning though.
There you go.
That they were ready to help me fix it, and I said, I mean, it's a little late now, guys. Yeah. So we'll figure it out.
But I know that Yulia Putintseva to win her quarter was one I liked. I was on Jessie Pegula from a while back. Ludmila Samsonova at Unibet was 80-1 to win that quarter. And I think it was 100-1 when we recorded. And then as I tried to put even $5 or $10 on it, they rejected it. As soon as I went back, before I got any money on 100-1, they had it knocked down to 80-1, which is, a small example of why I withdrew almost all my balance from Unibet completely and moved it to CoolBet, because I just think that's a little scummy to hang a number, let people get $0.00 on it, and as soon as someone who's half decent comes along and tries to put money down, they move it by $20 down to 80-1. So, not a fan. Still like the number at 80-1 though. But those are the outrights I'd check out.
I had Brady 30-1. I like her chances to beat Pliskova, and if she can get through that match, I think she's going to be really dangerous. I had Rybakina, I think, like 30-1. I think if she can get hot and find some of her form from earlier in the year, I think we're getting a good opportunity to bet on her here simply because she lost that match to Alexandrova. If you go back and watch that was not a bad match. I thought both players played very well. Alexandrova was just a little better that day. What else do I have? I talked myself into some Bondrasova at 80-1, which is kind of a hold my nose and take a number I really like kind of bet. Kenin, for some reason, to start was 18-1, even I think as late as yesterday. It just doesn't make any sense to me. She was the same odds as like Garbiñe Muguruza. So I've got some of that. Alexandrova at 100-1, again, also in that bottom. I think she's just somebody, if she can get hot for a week, you're going to get a lot of value out of that number at 100-1. And if she can get hot for like a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks, there's a chance that, I don't know if she wins it, but I can see her actually making a run, maybe all the way to the final. And I think that's it. Nana Samova, that was the other girl I liked. I think that she has a chance, with the rest, hopefully to get her shoulder or her body healthy, whatever is bothering her. But I think she's 50-1 to come out of a third quarter that I think is just an absolute mess. So those are my 6 outrights.
Yeah, I only played 2, and I just actually played the quarters. The results have been so wild so far. I think this is going to be a tough tournament. Won't surprise to see some crazy results. So I went ahead and took Osaka to win her quarter. Now with the hamstring injury, I don't know if I would still place that because obviously that's disappointing news and could hamper her. And then I took Ons Jabeur to win the bottom quarter. I really, I've been a big fan of her game, so I felt like I was getting a great value there.
Sounds good. Yeah, I ended up. I'm trying to condense down a lot of words into not a lot. takes a lot for me to end up going. And look, I've seen a question here in the chat too around liking Serena. I'm probably out of my own on this one. I'm generally against Serena. Probably, how many times have I been against Serena in the last 12 months? And I think this is the first time I'm really jumping back in at her at the price. I think the days off between matches will help her. As well as the night sessions, which I'm assuming she'll get scheduled a fair bunch of them because there's no crowd there and they want to get her into prime time into the US. I like Rybakina as well, so they're kind of my two main ones for the women's, and then some trading spots on Cornet and Kudensaber. And two that I just want to see in round one before I make a play is Angelique Kerber and Osaka. I just want to see what that hamstring is looking like for Osaka, because she did clutch at it in that tiebreak against Burton. So, even if it is a strain, I just kind of want to watch her play a couple of sets against Misaki Doi and see, how she's moving and how she handles that. And I think for the men, Tsitsipas and Bautista Agut I had as selections, and then some trading spots on one Canadian actually. I've gone for Felix as a trading spot, and an Aussie in John Millman. And I just want to keep an eye on Medvedev in the first couple of rounds. I think if Novak stays in, we're not going to lose too much value in that price on Medvedev. I just want to kind of see him through those first couple of rounds, just because he did. I think was it last year? Who was he playing in the first round? It was like Hugo Dalian or someone, and he cramped, and he just got through. I think he just got through early cramping against someone. And I just thought, if he gets a couple of outside courts, he did make a comment last week about not being super keen on the best of 5 of such little tennis. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there.
We're underway, gentlemen. All across the.
Grcheva's off to a good start here, getting her first serves in and controlling the points. So she holds the love. So let's see if Badosa can go ahead and bounce back. I thought there was a good question from D Money earlier. And he said, who do you think is at more of an advantage with no crowd, and who's at less of an advantage? Who stands to benefit the most without fans here, and who loses the most? What do you guys think? I think that's an interesting question.
I would say, I feel like Isner benefits, just because he's never had a crowd with him.
Mm-hmm.
I actually think Osaka probably might play better. I mean, I don't think she takes too much notice of the crowd as it is. It's one of those players that kind of feed off the crowd a little bit more. We saw Medvedev do it a little bit last year, when he played the role of villain there for a couple of nights.
Yeah, that was fun.
There's players who are reliant on the crowd in some capacity to either rev them up or, to feed off them. I love watching Andy Murray in an empty stadium just because you just get the echo of him yelling. I don't know. Like you think about a couple of players like Kudensaver and a couple of the other ones that are quite vocal. It must be a bit of a weird feeling. But then on the flip side, you've probably got a couple of players here who are making their slam debuts that won't feel too out of place with the crowds aren't there, the pressure probably isn't there as before. I mean, obviously there's the financial incentives, but it's a bit of a tricky, or it's a different spot for a lot of these players.
Yeah, I think you make a good point about people making their debut without any fans. It's got to be a lot easier.
You know what? I think that someone that actually doesn't benefit, but it's not in the sense that you would anticipate, kind of riding the crowd to win, is Daniil Medvedev. Was it not here that he said, keep booing me. The more you boo me, the more it spurns me on. His other hero, Australia.
It was here. It was in the US Open last year.
He might actually be someone who doesn't benefit from no crowd, despite the fact the crowd hates him, because he's like me. You want to hate on me when I would be playing in anything really. I love it. I thrive on that hate, and I'll let it push me. Now I know it's Spread's job to compare his game to professional tennis players, but I realize I just stole your move there, Spreadster. But I totally understand what Medvedev's like, and I wonder if that kind of has a reverse kind of negative impact.
Yeah, I think Serena Williams is one that will be impacted. I kind of feel that in that match that we watched on our last stream against Sakkari, that if the crowd was there, I think that some of that momentum, especially in the tiebreak in the second set, goes Serena's way, and I think it's much tougher for Sakkari to overcome. especially as raucous as the New York crowd can get in support of Serena. So I think she's actually one that that kind of it hurts her not to have the crowd. I definitely think the crowd would have been a benefit for Serena.
Yeah, the crowd puts a lot of pressure on whoever's playing Serena. That's a good one.
Always good to kick off your US Open betting experience with a Lone Love 40 to start things there from Jordan Thompson. So good to get one out of the way early in the first 7 minutes.
I mean, he held comfortably though, so that's something. Kerber looks phenomenal to start. The defense is there, the side to side. You love to see it. You love to see it.
Alrighty, I'm just going to try and bring the scores up to see how this looks on the screen. So let me know if you can or can't see it. Let's see how we go here.
Somebody was asking in the chat, and I'm curious for you guys that follow the men's side a little tighter. Do you think there is any American that actually has a chance to win the U.S. Open this year?
On the men's side?
Yeah, on the men's side, they wanted to know. It's okay if the answer is no.
The answer is no.
Yeah,
what do you think, Steve? Any Riley Opelka or John Isner chances here?
I made the comment in my preview that I'd love to see Isner face Novak in an empty Arthur Ashe.
Uh-huh.
I think like playing against someone like an Isner or someone, a big server, there'd be nothing more isolating than having aces go past you and have that frustration kind of build. And I just want to see how he would respond to that. Obviously, he's the best return serve in the game, as we saw against Ryan the other day. The women's side, I think, can Coco make a run? Yeah, outside of Serena, she's probably the best chance for Anisimova.
Or Kenin, or is Osaka? I guess she's Japanese. I'll take Kenin.
Yeah, King Kyrgios thinks that Opelka's injured. He's no hope, but he also said it's all coming up. Chris O'Connell, the no crowd at all. Yeah, that's
I love it.
No surprises there.
King Kyrgios can be a handful in group chats, and I mean, I can't really speak because I can't be too. But his love for Chris O'Connell is something I deeply appreciate. Yeah, but his love for Chrissy O'Connell is something I can certainly appreciate. And I'm on him in the first round, so I hope he's right for at least a match. Update on Jordan Thompson: he squandered love 40, but he did not waste the break opportunity, Steve. So go ahead with a big Aussie, oi there for you.
All right. Well, I guess also King Kyrgios is probably his worst nightmare would be Chris O'Connell versus Pedro Martinez.
Oh yeah. That
will happen one day. It will not be today, but it will happen one day. We just have a quick look through the scores here. So we've got Dusan Lajovic down a break early. We have a quick look through Jordan Thompson up 2-love and trying to consolidate there. What else have we got going on? Vondrousova up quickly, up 3-love and love 30 on the min and serve. Help if I look where I was scrolling to the right spot there. Kicking Mladenovic on serve early. Any big surprises there, guys?
No, not yet.
Not from my perspective. I have all the breaks are going well for me so far. I'll just say that much. Outside of potential Davidovich Fokina, who's worked his way back into this.
Maybe a little surprised that Vondrousova's beaten up on Minin this hard. She's up a break and looks like it's love 30 right now with Minin serving. So I'm curious to see if Greek can sort of put it together. But outside of that, it's pretty straightforward. Looks like Di Lorenzo breaks Sasnovich here early. I think that's probably good for my over 2.5 sets. So let's see if Di can hold on to this.
Yeah, if you can get the dog to win the first set, anytime you're on over 2.5 sets, it's probably the best option because you're going to be the favorite to win, or you're going to have you're the odds-on favorite to get the favorite to win the second, right? That was terribly worded, but it's early. It's before noon, okay?
It only counts if she can consolidate, so fingers crossed.
Yeah, David Lutz asked about Serena as well. I think that's kind of the thinking a lot of us had, that she was a little short. We just covered this a few minutes ago with Ace being on her in some capacity, but I just think that she does not look her best. I think one thing as well, we were talking about this last night in a group chat, is that the days off in between at a slam are surely going to help her more than just about anybody else right now. So that's something she won't have to play, Aranska Rus 7-6 third set and come back and play Sakkari the next day. I believe it was the next day she had to play her, although not exactly 100% on that. But if that was the case, that won't happen here. And I think that's something that backers of Serena can look forward to.
Yeah, and I think part of why I kind of did lean into the price a little bit was, you look at Sakkari, Serena won the first set, was up 4-1 in that second set tiebreak, I think. A couple of points away at deuce as well, I think at 5-6. Against Shelby Rogers was 6-1 4-all and had love 30 on Rogers' third. So just putting herself into positions to win, but then just wasn't finishing off. And, having built up that kind of, having played a lot of tennis in the days previously, I think that just all kind of culminated. And, we saw a meltdown to an extent in the third set against Sakkari. I'd be more worried if she wasn't putting herself in winning positions to begin with. She did well to dig herself out of holes against some of the other players earlier in the week, but it's, as we said, the extra day break does help. I just thought it was probably edging out to a price where, considering her draw in the first couple of rounds, that it was worth making a small play.
Yeah, with the days off, she should be able to hold up. I think what we saw was, like you said, it was more of a conditioning thing, especially in the third set. I didn't love how she gave away the set points in the first and second set. It was really quick. I mean, it seemed like the break points came right away there. So hopefully she was able to spend some time and tighten her serve up a little bit. But I actually thought her return game looked okay again before she started to fall apart a little bit physically.
Alrighty, just having a look through. Looks like Tomljanovic got that break back on Kerber, so Kerber unable to consolidate there. Mladenovic down an early break there, but with a couple of break points to get things back on serve. What else have we got going on here? We've got still Wondrous over, still up 3-love there and pushing for that double break. A little bit going on there.
Sorry, say that last part again.
There's a little bit going on. If we have just a quick, looking forward to the next, slate of matches that we've got on, or is, even just looking for the rest of day one, is there any plays in particular that really caught your eye? Obviously it's hard with so little tennis to go off, but were there any prices that really caught your eye as a standout? I know I had one in, was at Cabrera, I think, coming up against Kovanic. I think she's up next on court, which I thought the Australian was actually going to be the favourite there, and didn't end up being the case. But that is probably the match that's kind of standing out in the next bunch of games. Is anyone agreeing on that?
Yeah, I totally agree on that. I don't understand how she's not the favorite. I mean, what has Danka Kovanic ever done on a hard court anywhere to really have her earn the respect of the favorite in that match? Little surprising to me. I mean, it was open at about $2.37 too. I mean, anything underdog pricing is probably worth a shot at Cabrera, but $2.37 was really irresponsible. I have her closer to like $1.65, $1.70, like at the worst. And even that's relatively close. Kovanic is someone, this happened last week too. I wonder if her beating up on, very, very low level players on clay during the pandemic kind of has her overvalued, because she was, I believe Vera Zvonareva was only $1.60 against her as well. And that should have been closer to $1.30 for my pricing. And so I was on the spread for that as well. And Vera, I think, won that 6-2, 6-2. Like, it wasn't even close. Lizette is not Zvonareva. She doesn't have nearly the consistency or nearly as well-rounded of a game, but she still prefers the hard court. She's played on hard courts this month down under at the UTR series. And, she's probably got more talent too. She's probably got more to her game than Kovanic when she's on. So I think when you're offered something like anything over $2, it's well worth the play.
And Mendoza's having problems, Jorge. She just got broken, and I don't think she's won a return point yet. I think Grachevas won 9 in a row on serve. I got an eye on this match.
That is correct. She has not won a return point. 0 for 7.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, well, that's not good. But on a nice note, Igor Gerasimov has pretty much got the first set wrapped up, serving at 4-love. The problem is, and we were talking about this as well, I would love a book, if anyone knows of one that's available to Canadians, that I have not been able to find, that offers reverse handicaps. So the underdog, you can take minus games. That is one I would have loved to play minus games on, even before seeing this start, because I got them at $2.40. I would have loved to see what like -4 or -5 games would have been against Lajovic. And, you know, this would have been a great start to a potential reverse handicap bet.
Did you have a look at a 3-0, 3-1 set betting?
No, but I you know what? I should have looked at the -1.5 sets on Unibet there. But again, I try not to I don't have too much money in Unibet. So I deposited for the outright prices that were obscene, but I couldn't really, I didn't really look at much else. So.
The only bet that caught my eye was actually a little bit later. I have a few, but the one that I like the best, another Australian, Astor Sharma, is going to play Diana Yastremska. Yastremska looking really rough last week. Possibly carrying an injury. I know, Steve, that we're supposed to refer to her as MTO. I forget exactly what that stands for.
Massively talented. What's the O?
Massively talented.
Overall.
I can't remember. Overall, that's right.
Overall, yeah.
Diana, massively talented overall. Yastremska. I think that there's a chance for Sharma to play this match really tightly. I was surprised to see her. I think that she was in like the +350, +360 range, or 4.5, 4.6. Her games, her total games won, so you can bet on the individual players' games, was all the way down at 7. So I hit both of those. I think that she has a really good chance. I mean, honestly, the 7. I'm surprised that number is so low, and I think that she has a good chance to beat Diana.
Yeah, look, I would agree there. Look, when you go back and look at it, you look at Yastremska last week, 7-5 in the third to Venus, then a tight 3-setter against Pera, and then got absolutely blown out by Osaka. Plus the little dynamic of the exchange with a coach on Twitter because of a congratulatory message. There just seems to be a lot going on with it, and I made the comment that she's great while the ball is in play, but everything outside of that is just putting her off at the moment. It's a little worrying, I guess. You do see so much talent there, and you just kind of see it thrown away at the moment. Hopefully, she will get it together, but she's far too short today against a player like Sharma, who's got a very capable serve and plays very smart tennis.
Couple good questions here. Diego's up an early break on Norrie already. How do you guys fancy his chances this fortnight?
I think first of all, this match I would have loved to back Diego. I think he was a little short in this particular match. I think Norrie's relatively capable on hard courts, but should he get through this, and he's still a favorite too, of course. I wonder if the fact that Steve mentioned fitness is going to come at a premium for these 2 weeks, if that will help him. I don't, he's never going to be favored to win a Grand Slam. His game just isn't quite big enough, especially on hard courts. But, you have to figure that if there's going to be a chance for him to make a deep run, this would probably be it when, his conditioning is never a concern unless he's got an injury that he's picked up. And so this is probably the time for him to try and do it when everyone else is still kind of work back or build up into that best of 5 shape.
Yeah, I guess a big question mark for him is around this court speed. Now, we're not saying it's rocket fast, this hard court, but it seems to be faster than what we saw last year. Look, I'm probably, from an outright perspective, I'm more interested in him, in Paris in, what's that, in like 4 weeks' time or something ridiculous, isn't it? 3 weeks' time? The French Open. Yeah, look, it's tricky, and watching him last week against Opelka, he's just lacking that pace, and can be hit through when the court surface is a little bit faster. So, look, I do have my doubts. I mean, obviously he did really well last year, and had an interesting match with Nadal. I think that was early in week 2, wasn't it? So, look, there's potential there, but I just think with the court a little bit quicker, then it's going to be difficult for him.
Now, I don't want to dampen the mood, and we're not going to get into much. This isn't thing about COVID. I just want to say, though, prepare yourselves mentally for the French Open not happening. I was looking up France's numbers. They are at their 7-day rolling average of new cases right now is above where it was at the peak of their first wave. So mentally get prepared for that being canceled. You know, we just got Grand Slam tennis back. I know. But I'm already in that mental space where I'm already ready for it to be canceled at this point. Just a heads up for those who aren't monitoring daily the kind of situation across the globe. I would agree that obviously it's probably a better chance for him. Oh, there goes the phone. But you know, hopefully the event takes place so he gets a chance to potentially use that best of 5 fitness ability and the preferred surface to make a run. I think that would be really interesting as well.
I think it was somebody calling you to say Badosa won a return point.
Woo-hoo-hoo!
Yeah,
Lorenzo gets the second break here, consolidated as well. She's starting to look good. Sasnovich is very erratic early.
Is that a surprise?
Not necessarily. Not at all. No.
The surprise would be if she displays some consistency here.
Yeah.
I was surprised the prices moved so much. Di Lorenzo was like plus 350, plus 360. Pre-match, he's down to minus 140.
Well, has she won more than 4 games in a match? In her last 3 or 4, I think that was the big concern with her, right?
Yeah.
Just when she got to play WTA talent, she was just, dispatched easily.
So maybe a better way to ask my question then is there some value on Sasnovich you guys think even down a set? I'll probably wait till she loses this set, see if it gets up to like plus 110, maybe the 2.2 range, something like that. What do you guys think of that? Again, she's moving well. She just looks erratic, just missing lines. A lot of balls into the net.
Yeah, she's only plus 130 or $2.30 for me at Bet365, who I do most of my live betting with because their live odds are much better than their pre-match, and their interface is much easier to use. But I don't know. Basically down a set for plus 130, or now it's $2.20 as she clinches that second game. I'll never understand how that's worth 10 cents, by the way, on a live market. You're up 40-15, 1-5 down. Does that point really make that much of a difference? Who knows? They're the professionals, apparently. But yeah, little tangent there. But I'm not sure there is value right now. I'd want to see when Di Lorenzo closes the set and it jumps by 30 or 40 cents. I think you're probably better off waiting for that to happen.
Yeah, that happens all the time.
And the likelihood of her losing 3 in a row right now is not very high. 4 in a row is not very high. And of course, since I said it, it's going to happen.
I guess looking at both.
Badosa breaks.
So that's back on serve there, isn't it, Badosa and Grachva? Now, looking at Sasnovich, she's actually been able to get 82% of her first serves in, but Di Lorenzo has topped that with 86%. So no wonder this set, we've got to 5-2 pretty quickly. 9 winners to 11 unforced errors for Sasnovich. So the match is more so on her racket with Di Lorenzo 4 winners and 2 unforced errors for the set so far.
And I think, has anyone closed the set out yet? I think we're.
Wow. And I'm sorry, I just saw the break point, but Gracheva just netted an easy sitter in the middle of the court. I mean, I knew that she was going to break because she told me, and I said, how did she break off that? And my other takeaway from this match is these Agassi kits are awesome.
Well, we're not going to complain about Gracheva netting sitters.
No, we're not at all. But I was just surprised that for as well as she's played so far. I mean, she's come out on fire.
I mean, I might a little. My ender was going well.
You know what it takes for someone to do that, though, right? To play so well and then just collapse out of nowhere? It takes WTA.
There it is. Never misses a chance.
Never. Ever. I mean, Dusan Lajovic, Igor Gerasimov. The first match of the U.S. Open to complete a set. Gerasimov 6-1 up in that one.
Wow. And Snies, who loves the It Takes WTA hashtag as well, is saying that Kerber looks fairly solid early on, and she could make a run. And I think it's pretty much indicative of how wide open this field is because we have so many wild cards. Angie Kerber, I think, was a perfect example as a player that we know is talented, but we haven't seen her play. This is her first match since Australia, am I right? I mean, she hasn't played in forever. So it's there's so many things that could happen that are so tough to handicap before the tournament starts. So today's going to be a great day to keep an eye on things and kind of get an idea of some of the forms, because so much is unknown right now.
I think for me, though, the Kerber not playing since Australia, she doesn't have a game that's predicated on kind of playing all the time, though. She's got a very rock solid game. She always has. She's very experienced. I feel like she's someone that could pick up a racket after this long off. And who knows if she played Exos or not, or what kind of practice matches she's had. Tennis Explorer doesn't, there's a lot of players who they missed. I know that King Furios has mentioned knowing for a fact that players have played Exos that haven't shown up on that site. So, there is the possibility she's played somewhere or had practice matches in Germany with other players. But also her game and her experience, she's just not someone who is going to be dependent on kind of, what's it called? Getting up to speed.
Yeah, and honestly, a great person to come back with, even though she's a big name, is Tomljanovic, who, let's be honest, hasn't performed that well over in North America so far this summer. So it could also be a nice little warm-up for her, too.
She's had a rough go of the draws, hasn't she? Didn't she have to play Kudermetova first round? And Putintseva is not an easy out, especially for her.
Oh, no. Yeah.
Right? Although she was rocked by Putintseva. But, Kudermetova, she won the first set and then lost the third 7-5. That was a valiant effort, I would think. I mean, you got to feel like Kudermetova, by the way, draws Tomljanovic first round of Cincinnati and then comes back and gets, Swiatek in the first round of the U.S. Open? Who's doing this to our little Cooter monster?
I know, this is like what they did to Dasha last year. Like, Dasha kept getting the worst draws.
Unibet rigged the draw so that she would get screwed because they were worried about all the Cooter money we'd have.
So ridiculously angry at whoever's making these draws. The freaking lottery balls popping out incorrectly. How dare you, Chance?
Now, Jorge, I have a question for you. I'm just watching. So Borna Coric is now, he's serving at 1-2 advantage, and his advantage. He's faced break points in both of his service games so far. We haven't seen a lot of him, I guess, in the last couple of months. And I think was he one of the ones that did test positive in the end for COVID-19? I can't quite remember, but he's the closest seeded player to Tsitsipas in that fairly open section of the draw. Where do you see him kind of fit in here? Do you see him being able to make a run, or do you think Andujar is potentially able to get the job done here?
Man, you know what? Borna is one of those players who, another player I was chatting with people taking him 3-0 here because Andujar's aging, and I think his run at the U.S. Open, the fourth round, was probably more fluky than anything. But I couldn't take the 3-0. I can't back Borna Coric to win 3 consecutive sets against someone who's relatively consistent. You see, he's already struggling on serve in the opening 2 service games against Andujar. Like, this is not promising. Like, they've played 3 games in the time that other matches are, 7, 8, 9 games into the match. I'm not sold on Borna Coric. And I think Andujar is actually a tough matchup in terms of he's not going to give him anything for free, right? Andujar's not a player who's going to commit a ton of errors. So it's going to be Borna's match. He's going to have to win it, right? You can't expect your opponent to kind of lose it like Davidovich Fokina is doing with Denis Novak.
And Gracheva just held to love as Badosa was a little flummoxed that she wasn't allowed to challenge Hawkeye's original call using Hawkeye. So
yeah. You mean you can't challenge Hawkeye with Hawkeye? That's not going to be successful?
Just run it again. We'll see if it's different. Maybe Hawkeye feels differently. Maybe the Hawk was tired or something.
There you go. King Kyrgios has owned up to him being that person that bet on Coric 3-0. Did I drop his name? I didn't know if I did, but I didn't want to. But there you go. Yeah. Highlight that. I put that on the screen. Now he'll win it like 7-6, 6-2, 6-1. It'll take him a set to get into it. But he'll still do it. That's who Borna Coric is, man. He'll just have like mental collapses for a set at a time. Kerber, finally a hold on this match. I wanted to put it on the Nukes watch list, but it was only 4 out of the necessary 12 games, so I didn't bother, and it was probably smart because I would have been blamed for jinxing it had I said anything.
Absolutely.
Tomljanovic held.
Actually, you know what? I jinxed it because I just turned that on. I was like, oh, those are some nice serves. I didn't realize. That's why it's on me.
Yeah, okay. I'll take that. I'll take it. I'll shift that blame.
All right, so we just had a little pressure point there for Jordan Thompson. I think he was broken from 40-15 for things to go back on serve there, and then has been able to break back again from
Gerasimov.
30-15. So Thompson to serve for the first set there, which I think a few of us are on Thompson one way or another, which is great to see. So hopefully he can finish that off, but it's not done yet there, that first set. We just have a quick look through there. Stasnovich down 2-6 and serving at 15-30. So another little tricky spot here for her early in the second. What else have we got? What else is standing out? Kerber, Tomljanovic, 3-all. Then a couple of breadsticks from Drusilla and Drusilla is now up 6-1 with the early breaks there. So look, there's a couple of players who are making quick work of things early.
Yeah, I think Gracheva is about to close out the first set here. It's love 40, well, 15-40 now for Badosa Hibert on serve. Vondrasova, I mean, we talked about her at the very beginning, rolling early against Greetman, and boy, she breaks to open the second. Noops, you ended up taking that 80-1, right? Despite everyone trying to talk you out of it.
Yes,
you know
sir.
what?
I felt really bad.
This is probably the way you wanted it to start. I mean, you're one game off perfection right now, so it's good to see.
One of the nice things about the podcast not getting out was basically you guys sitting in silence every time I brought up an outright. It's like, I'm going to bet this. Well, okay. So at least that's not on record, but I was a little concerned. Watching Kerber right now, it's a couple of nice games from her here. But, yeah, I mean, that's exactly what you had won from Vondrasova at 80-1. That was the idea. The number is just so good, and she is so talented. And we've seen her be able to get hot and go on runs like that for a week or two. So, like I said, it's kind of a hold your nose and take the bet situation.
Now, are you sure that the audio issues you guys had on the podcast wasn't just awkward silences after you were talking, Luke?
No. I know when that's happening. I can hear the awkward silences because honestly, like neither one of them are actually ever really silent. They kind of like are all a titter a little bit. You can hear like some rumblings or like a chortle. Jorge can't help but like giggle or laugh or like go ugh, like something like that. So you gotta listen for the little things, Steve.
As annoying as it is, me talking so much, that's the one positive side to it. Is there's very rarely any silence or dead air. Okay. You don't have to worry about that when you're sitting on a broadcast with me. There's always something to be said coming from me because I don't shut up. So,
Alrighty. Now, Noops, did you get involved in Sasnovich in the end, or did you stay out?
No, I didn't. I stayed away. I just didn't. Again, it's hard to bet on somebody that I just watched hit so many bad shots, and I know that that's really stupid, and I should, be thinking that way. Let me scroll down and see what her number is. So she is up to. It looks like Di Lorenzo has a break point right now, so she's plus 175. So it looks like I made a good decision. I might actually bet her to win the second set live if she gets broken here. I think a lot of times in the WTA you see that. And you know what? Okay, so we're back on deuce now. So at deuce, she went from plus 175 down to plus 125.
I got
so it looks like if she
150.
holds here. Okay. Okay, like you said, oh, here we go. Now it's plus 140. She must have
there you go.
missed her first serve.
Yeah, okay. So do you have Bet365 for live down there, Noobs?
No, I'm not. I'm on the right side of the Delaware River. Unfortunately, we don't have Bet365 over here, though.
You should just take a quick drive to Jersey, get there before the next point happens, and then bet the plus 150. This is not difficult.
I wonder. It's not quite that close, but I'll look into it. Maybe I get some sort of carrier pigeon situation, like put a GPS thing in the pigeon that's attached to my phone, or I don't know. Or I could use a VPN and not be lazy.
Maybe a positive for our Gracheva play was our Badosa play is Gracheva won 100% of second serve points. That doesn't seem sustainable.
Sorry for your under Noobs, but I kind of need that the reverse, the good variance to come up big here in the second set. What do you want, under 21?
Oh, you want the reverse, Jorge. I get it.
Yeah, so as soon as Badosa gets to 5 games, you basically just may as well cheer with us, right? Mm-hmm. Because your under is dead. Okay, cool. So we're rooting. I just needed to get to 5 games, so I don't. The worst to be if she loses the second set 7-5. Then everybody loses. No one likes when everybody loses, except the books. Books like that.
Well, they're jerks.
Yeah, screw them.
We do need to keep the wins rolling on the streams because I think we've had a couple of the last two, I think, have been quite good. Was it Mertens over Georgie and then Zachary over Serena? So we do need to keep this positivity rolling because outside of it, it's been a lean couple of weeks.
Yeah, I'm really happy with that, especially the comeback too, because I jumped on her live knowing like Serena in third sets is just, if she could eat the second set out, you knew she was going to win. So that felt really good to have. I jumped in on the chat, I think, after I had to leave. I went over, the hockey game was starting at 10:30 there. So I was happy to jump in chat on the Periscope with you guys and watch. Did he just highlight it? He did the regretting thing again. I love it.
I love back-to-back comments. Big time regretting. Charge 3-0. Charge up a break, never in doubt.
There you go.
If you're not reverse jinxing, you're not trying.
That's right. The Brits, a couple poker streams I would watch during the pandemic, they'd call that moaning it in. It's my new favorite expression. Just complain, and then boom, it turns around. And you've successfully moaned so much about the match that you've moaned in the result you wanted. Absolutely love that.
That's good. We moan in a lot. I moan in a lot. I'm a big moaner in.
I'm notorious for it. Yeah.
That's this whole stream, isn't it?
Yeah, literally. That's what we do here.
Just to recap, I've just got the stats up from the Travaglia Thompson first set. Not a great set for the Italian. He won 22% of points behind his second serve, so 2 out of 9, and ended up with 2 winners and 11 unforced errors, whereas Thompson was able to have an 8 winners to 7 unforced errors differential there, and was able to get 70% of his first serves in play, winning 16 of 19. So a good start there for the Australian, and looks like he's putting a little bit of pressure on the Italian early in the second set as well.
Oh, I was on mute there. Yeah, I think Travaglia is someone that, is going to be overvalued in a lot of spots against half decent hardcourt players, thanks to his early success. I think it was like Pune and one of the was it? Oh, you know what it was? It was Bendigo, because I pronounced it Bendigo on my my handicap stream, and then I remembered Steve was in the back of my mind saying, "Did you just say Bendigo?" It's Bendigo from the streams way back in January before 2020 was an absolute, dumpster fire.
Well, that was when 2020 was literally a fire. I remember as Steve's country was burning up. Yeah, and then we're, of course, copycats, and I still can't go outside without the brisk smell of campfire in the air. So, California copying Australia again.
That just takes time to get to the other side of the world, right?
We were wearing masks for a different reason in January, so it's
I know that's the only thing that's positive about this is you're definitely quarantined to your house and wearing masks now with the situation we have here in Northern California, and it's cleared up like 2 or 3 times where I thought it was going to be okay, and then it just rolls right back in. So it's been pretty frustrating out here. No tennis or any outdoor activities for us.
Yeah, that's no fun.
Now, a quick revelation just on Kiki Mladenovic is about to serve for the set at 5-4. 4 service games in, 0 double faults.
Wow. She was still broken, though.
Yep.
She hasn't been perfect in that sense. But
she's been broken twice.
0 double faults, that's...
I guess you can't ask for 0 double faults and not to be broken from Kiki Mladenovic in one set. That's a little too much to ask, right?
Hey, who's coaching her now?
I don't know. That's your job.
Right. I know. I just realized I'm slipping. I thought maybe one of you guys might know.
What is the vice president? You're the vice president of coaching.
Yes, coaching association. Yeah.
Holy Chorich, man. Has Endhar gotten to deuce in every Chorich service game so far? He's got a break point here. There it is. He's broken back. What a
He's had break points in every service game so far.
Goodness, come on, Borna. Dude, come on. This is not good.
In positive news, Jordan Thompson breaks to start the second set.
You know what a fun bet was, by the way? And it was at Unibet. And this is one I actually I was just because there's no fee on depositing, which is nice. So I was just like continually reloading for like, $40 here, $100 here. Like as I went down and realized I like this price, And I didn't do it for the reverse match on Gerasimov, which I should have. But Jason Young or Jung, which one is it? I'm not sure. I'm usually a good name person. Against Korea, minus 1.5 sets was something like $1.65 or $1.70. I'll have to pull up odds portal here. To me, that seemed like a gift against Federico Coria. It was a little juicy, and I don't like playing 3-0s if I can avoid them. I think I have Berankis 3-0, just because like that was too good to pass up. But man, are they ever tempting bets with low success rates? But I did take that as a personal play, and just drank the juice, as the Americans say, on Jason. I think it's Jung.
It's Jung.
It is Jung. Thank you.
Yeah, we've just had a chapter 3 from King Kyrgios in the chat. So chapter 1 was big time regretting Chorich 3-0. Chapter 2 was Chorich upper break, never in doubt. And chapter 3 was why do I talk?
I often ask myself the same question, and I never stop. So,
well, that's because you're still talking to yourself. Who else is going to answer? Herbert breaks Tomljanovic pretty impressively. She got one of those nice kind of points. I don't know. I feel like she does it more than anybody else. She kind of like squats down and like pulls it over kind of thing. I don't know what that is, but really nice, like one of those to get the break point and then watch actually to see the break. To generate the opportunity and see what she does to convert it. It's so fun being behind.
Oh man!
Hey, she's moving well. Some nice rallies here.
Outside of Davidovich Fokina, which I should have known that like that kid is too much of a basket
All
case
your
to
berries
bet on,
went into the net.
Nice little start here. Can't complain. If I could get a Agor win plus a Lizette win, it will be a very nice first day of the Open, considering most of the other bets are going decently as well. Can't complain right now, folks.
Minnan got the break back, and she's in a tough deuce situation right now. It looks like she might hold. It'll be interesting to see if she can keep that tight.
Snize is going language expert over here on us, guys.
I love that.
How do we even try to pronounce that? I didn't know Sweden had their own language. Do people speak
that's
Swedish?
German. That's German
that's
now.
German. Okay.
Swedish, he did the Monet in. He translated to
Yeah, he did.
Now you're just showing off. Like, what is this?
He's a man of the world.
I want to see a Dallier.
Europeans, they try to learn different languages. It's nuts.
Yeah.
Jorge, you know a couple.
I know English, French, yes, and a tiny bit of Spanish, or enough Spanish.
I'll need Snize to translate what does Ymer to beat Krujinovic. How does that come across in Swedish? Because I'm going to need to be cheering a Swede on a little bit later on today at a big price.
Yes, Mr. Michael Ymer.
He's really gone past his brother, hasn't he? That just happened in a short space of time.
Well, I think he's a little more steady, and that's not hard to do, considering who his brother, considering how Elias plays. He's still not a steady player by any means, but steadier than his brother. He's the younger one too, isn't he, Michael?
Yeah. All right, so Angelique Kerber takes the first set. So that's a good sign for her, considering we haven't seen her since losing in 3 sets to Pavlyuchenkova in January of the Australian Open. If we have a quick look through here, Sasnovich in trouble again on serve. I thought he was just up 40 love a second ago, so now down at break point. Jordan Thompson was able to consolidate that break early in the second set there. Chorich is 3-4 on serve, so we'll watch that one closely for our friend King Kyrgios. And Diego Schwartzman's been able to break a number of times in that first set, taking the 6-3 over Ken Murray.
Man, Gracheva is just redlining on us here, Jorge. I mean, she's not missing, and she's ripping the ball here too, getting court position on Badosa every time. And then even when Badosa gets a second serve and maybe starts to grab some court position, Gracheva will reverse it within like 2 shots.
Well, I mean, the good news is, none anymore, the 40-30. But I was going to say it was still 30-all. There was still some good news there. There was the half chance at the break, but Gracheva's going off today. I mean, it's going to happen. It's going to happen.
Badosa just has to stick around. It's hard to maintain this level, you know, for a younger player here. This could be another one where I guess Gracheva's not that young. Where no crowd though and no pressure mounting might help some of these players pull off the 2-set wins.
Well, I mean, on court 15, how much of a crowd was going to be there at 11 o'clock in the morning for Gracheva and Badosa Hubert? I'm not sure.
I would have been there.
Good point.
I would have been there. I would have been there. Jorge, you would have been with me. You'd have driven down to Canada to watch it.
Yeah. You know,
You'd have been sitting there screaming.
A family friend who's a tennis pro at a local club goes down for the first week every year. He says it's notoriously affordable, which makes sense. You get into second weeks of slams, you get less selection, and more chalky blowout results, and it's more expensive. And for the life of me, like the type of tennis fan I am, I would always rather go to the first week of a slam than the second. 100 times out of 95 times out of 100. Going to a Wimbledon final would be really cool, but I mean, most of the time I'd rather be at the first week. This is a match that I would have been at just because I'm a degenerate, but.
Yeah, the best bang for your buck there is to go like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, where there's a bunch of matches, and then you can get a grounds pass. I think it's like $50, and you basically have access to every court except Arthur Ashe and the bigger stadiums. But the only matches there are going to be high seeds against low seeds, so you'll be able to like go around and do whatever you want. And then if you really want to get ahead of it, you can go up like Friday night and stay Saturday and Sunday and go watch the qualifying for free. So it's some pretty good opportunities to get up there. Or does qualifying wrap up?
Yeah, it's like usually Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, I think, is usually how qualifying works. Something like that.
Yeah, but anyway, going Monday through Thursday is a lot of fun. It's just there's a bunch of tennis. There's a lot of people there. There's some really good energy. So hopefully next year, boys.
I was actually going to come over this year. So that just completely threw me. This is all completely thrown me off. Now I'm probably never going to be able to leave the country again. And this
also gets the break.
From King Kyrgios, it may be affordable, but it will never be ATP Cup levels or affordable. And that, in January, traveling to Brisbane to watch pretty much every session of the ATP Cup for free because no one would buy tickets, was just one of the great sting.
What a flop that was, eh? My goodness. Wasn't that huge prize money, and the points were between they were between, for the winner, it was between something like the 500 and 1,000 level in points? Or was it over 1,000?
Bautista Agut won I think it was like 750 ranking points and played next to nobody until Kyrgios, I think, in the semi. Or the final. Yeah.
It feels like that ATP Cup, they put money into it, they put a points incentive out there, and even still the players didn't seem, it still felt like an Exo Cup, and the fans didn't want anything to do with it unless they could go for really cheap. So, yeah.
Now, I do need to go back and mention, because we did mention about 5 minutes ago that Mladenovic was serving at 5-4, having not had a double fault. She's now serving at 6-5 love 15, and she has 3 double faults to her name. I did a bad thing.
She's so predictably. Don't you love the not dichotomy? I guess contradiction or
I can't
whatever the
believe
word is.
I almost did submit on Baptiste to win that game. It was like plus 220. Damn it! Should have trusted the announcer jinx.
The consistent inconsistency in the WTA. Incredible.
It's beautiful. Controlled chaos.
Controlled chaos. That's even 2/3 of an alliteration. Oops, I like that.
Mm.
And
you guys saw Badosa broke, right? I didn't.
Yep.
Don't remember the necessary happiness.
I want to see the consolidation. I gave a little fist pump, but I want to see a consolidation.
I'm watching Kerber right now. She looks pretty good. She's moving well. It looks like she put on some muscle over the break.
Yeah, it does. She does look, yeah.
Her arms look beefier. Her shoulders are a little bigger. Doing some
we have a fourth double fault.
And you know
Look
what?
what she
Her
did.
defense is there, and as expected, because of the kind of game style she plays and the experience she has, she's been able to go cross court and down the line beautifully into the corners off both wings. So that's playing out as kind of you would expect. She's that consummate professional that you just don't find enough of on the WTA, where you just know what you're going to get, whether it's been 8 months since she played or a week since she played. You don't know what you're going to get, but you have an idea of what you're going to get, right? So
Now, I'm interested to see what happens in the next, say, 5 to 10 minutes with Vondrousova. She was up 6-1 and up an early break in the second set. She's now serving at 3-4. She could very easily have been, at this stage, almost serving for the match, the way things have gone. And now she's finding herself in a tricky spot. So I'm interested to see what happens here, whether she can actually close this out in 2.
Spread.
Yes.
You still got the Badosa match on there? Who's got the MTO? This looks like an
Gracheva
MTO.
does.
Looks like Gracheva.
Yeah.
Ah.
Did
Yeah.
She's having her shoulder worked on right now.
Sorry, I just want to make sure, because there's been no point for like 6 minutes and the odds are gone. But that is a great point from Steve. This is exactly the type of situation that Vondrousova can just absolutely collapse under, right? I think 6-1-2 love up, and then 4 or 5 games slip away, and she gets that looking down at the court between every point, shoulders slouched, that kind of. She turns into that nonchalant, I don't care anymore kind of diva when this happens.
I actually don't mind her getting a little adversity here. It's probably good that she gets this in the first round. I think that may sharpen her a little bit, but like you said, we'll see how she responds. Mrs. botches the first service point. I'm not watching right now, but I see love 15 here, so not the best start after the hold from Minen. That was a tough hold, too. I think she had a chance to break there. Vondrousova had a chance to break there, that is.
Mladenovic was able to get out of that first set, 7-5, which will give her a little bit of confidence, albeit a shaky finish to that set, and something I'll probably be keeping an eye on moving forward if she's West this week.
Did she face 15-30 there as well, I believe, in that 6-5 game? So broken in one service game trying to get out and behind in another. So that's it's interesting. Also, going back to that MTO for Gracheva, is it her serving shoulder?
She's lying down. Yeah, I mean, she's right-handed, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, and that's even more important because we were talking about how utterly dominant she was on serve in that first set.
Yeah.
And Badosa kind of crept back into it before losing. Being broken for it. Now she's up a break, and Gracheva's got shoulder problems with her serving shoulder. That is potentially, when the odds come back online, if it's reasonable, might be something worth a live bet, even though you're up the break in the second and you're not going to get the best entry point. Certainly that is a concern.
Any concerns? This is tactical, and I even wanted to bring up that issue because I think it's something that the WTA is going to have to address at some point here as these seemingly tactical MTOs become more and more commonplace. I don't know if you have a limit for the number you can use per year or something. I mean, but as we talked about earlier with a massively talented player, it can also almost be a detriment to the viewer and to the sport overall if you feel like there is some gamesmanship going on with the MTOs.
Are you suggesting that we may have just seen a Yastremska?
I don't know for sure. I don't know that
we're
much
just gonna
about.
We're going to go that far. We're just going to start calling them Yastremskas.
It's a doing word now. It's a verb. We're going with it.
Yes.
I Yastremska, you Yastremska, he, she, it Yastremskas.
1 hour into the US Open, we've had our first Yastremska.
Now, I want to play devil's advocate here because I hear a lot of people, and I don't like them either. Like, no one's a fan of MTOs being tactical. But the fact is they work so often that if you want to get rid of them, the players are going to have to start, punishing people for them. If they continually work, there's no incentive for players to stop.
Right.
And how does the WTA determine what is and isn't a big enough injury or who isn't faking? Because if they input some kind of rule and a player can't get treatment and they end up hurting themselves really badly, that's on the WTA. So it's like this is going to come down to the players just holding each other accountable on the court by beating the crap out of the person who tries to pull this.
Well, my only solution would be just you limit the number you can use per tournament or per month or something.
Well, they do, don't they?
It's an
one
injury
per set.
issue thing, I think.
There is
No,
some sort of limit.
Yeah, so I think my issue and something they could perhaps tighten up is, look, medical timeouts for pre-existing injuries. Like if you've come in with that particular part of your body strapped or taped, or I just don't know whether it's warranted to allow that much treatment into that. I know your strength score against Venus Williams had to basically make up on the spot that it was a different lifter to a lifter that you had previously treated to get the trainer out again. There's obviously a lot of, like it comes down to kind of, the ethical dilemma of the trainer to say, what isn't an effective treatment, or, what's deemed a medical timeout. But it's a tricky spot, particularly when you see some players just blatantly abusing it.
Yeah.
There's been a couple over the years as well that have really stood out. You've got Novak after the third set at the Australian Open this year.
Mm-hmm.
There was a couple of years ago, Azarenka against Sloane Stephens, I think, at the Australian Open. She failed to serve out as a semi-final or a quarter-final, and then took a 9-minute medical timeout off court, and then Stephens had to serve, I think, to stay in the match, and got broken. There's been a couple over the years where you just look at it, it just doesn't sit right.
Yeah, or like you said, anything Ystremska ever does. Those never sit right either, right? Like,
no, I mean hers are blatantly obvious.
It's just so hard to restrict it when it's tied to players being injured. Like even trying to restrict it, or like Steve, you said, doing something for pre-existing injuries or something. It's so hard for the WTA, I think, like not only just image-wise, but even legally, with liability issues and stuff like that, to not allow players to do stuff like that. And I wonder how the fans would react to if, you just basically, all right, you physically can't play, then I guess you're done. Forcing players basically to quit instead of take the timeout.
Or point penalties, or
Badosa sailed, not sailed, but she smoked her backhand down the line to solidify the break there. Now she's up 3-1 in the second, and we could have an exciting match here on court 15, where I guess you're right, Jorge. There probably wouldn't have been too much of the crowd, as I noticed there was 2 rows of bleachers that would have been available for the fans.
Yeah, and here goes Igor Gerasimov collapsing. I would trade in the Badosa comeback for a non-collapse from Gerasimov here. Was up, I think, a set and break at 4-3, broken. Duzan held easily, and now serving to stay in it. Gerasimov down love 15, wins a point, which is relatively big, considering how the momentum has gone. That individual point's a fairly big one. So let's see if he can hopefully eke out this second set. I would just love not to have him on level footing, make it a best of 3 after he was a set and break up. Players don't usually respond well to that in those mental situations. Andahar just had set point, by the way, I believe, and Coric had to save it. So Coric,
chapter 5 of the King Kyrgios Chronicles. Looks like he was moving about something there with a slight hobble. So this will end wonderfully.
Can you read that for us, Steve?
So Coric is whinging about something.
I love that.
Yeah, I know. I love the pronunciation.
Whinging.
That is
that's how the British.
That is a non-American word for
that's
sure.
That's how they say whining. That's whining in British and Australian. As soon as that came up on the screen, I was like, no, he's not getting away without reading this out. Yeah, I love whinging.
It. I got to start using that more often.
I like that.
Do it when you dial it in or phone it in.
Vondrousova gets the break. She's serving for the second set now.
Match, my friend.
And another set point here for Andahar against Coric.
He's only converted 20% of his break points. Coric has converted 100%. Andahar has been the best player this set, it has to be said, at least on return. My goodness. There's an ace to save it from Coric. Wow. My goodness. There it is. Gerasimov 15-40. Just unbelievable collapse here. Up a break and then goes break. Lajovic goes break, hold, break, it looks like, for the set, unless Gerasimov can find the next couple points. Wow. That was a quick turn of events on a play that was looking pretty promising through a set and a half. Not going to lie. My turn to win.
Another one that'll be
Oh,
interesting to
wait.
watch in a couple of minutes.
Has anybody
is,
won? I don't think anyone's had it resolved yet.
No.
Jordan Thompson was just unable to convert another love 40 chance on Travaglia's serve, so still has the break and is serving at 3-2, but 4-1 would have been nice there. But it'll be interesting to see if he can hold his nerve here and keep ahead by a break in the second set. Chorich hanging on for dear life in this first set. Now with
17%. Wow. On break
That's not
points
good.
for Andahar. Ooh.
And now,
That's
again,
bad.
we come to that pressure point for Vondrousova serving for the match at love 15, so let's see if she can get out of that spot there. Another double fault from Mladenovic. We're up to 5. I think 5 My apologies.
Look what you did.
I did a bad thing.
All right, are we ready? We're getting close to announce our first result of a Grand Slam match. We're close. Now, I could be jinxing it. But the first one we've had in 7 months? January to August is 7 months, right? 7.5 months, I guess?
Yeah.
Interesting.
We'll see. Thompson.
Yeah, there it is. Lajovic takes the set. Unbelievable collapse. It was looking so good with Kagor. Oh, my gosh. And I know so many people on Dusan Lajovic right now, too. There's at least 4 or 5 people on Dusan, and it's just like, I don't want to hear any I told you so's because, frankly, did deserve the second set. And I don't like you guys.
It's a shame, Jorge. Lajovic dropping a deuce on your morning.
Well, I mean, other things are still going relatively well, so it's just that play was a unit and a half for me. One of the 3 largest plays on the first round. So it would really suck if that got screwed over like that.
Match
Let's
point
take a look
Bondi.
at We'll have a look at the set 1 to set 2 for Lajovic versus Gerasimov. The Belarusian 70%. He had 70% of first serves into play in that second set, Jorge, and still lost it.
Why are you telling me these things, man?
11 winners to 11 unforced errors. Lajovic only had 5 unforced errors in set 2 after committing 14 in the first set. So he's cut his errors down there.
So, yeah, I like that we get error stats on Flash Score, by the way, for Grand Slams. And there it is, the first results completed match of the U.S. Open 2020. Marketa Vondrousova 6-1, 6-4 over Greet Minin. And Noops is now just 6 wins away from cashing an 80
Oh, there he goes.
Price.
Great job,
But
Moops.
I did lose my first bet. No tiebreaker.
Oh, that's too bad.
Where's this?
Well,
Which one is no tiebreaker?
I had yes tiebreaker and Vondrousova minute. It's plus 400, but can't win them all, I guess, folks. Sorry.
Yeah.
I don't know if I got your guys' opinions yet. Did you guys have any thoughts about Novak Djokovic forming his own PTA, Parent Teachers Association, and leaving the ATP?
But the parent-tested, parent-approved panel.
Yeah, that's even better. Great job.
I like it.
It was a little vague. On the
On the details.
the details. I think they were a little hasty to do it, especially going into the U.S. Open. If I'm a PR person for them, I would say, why are you going to do this as it's going to get lost in the news cycle within a few days? Maybe they wanted it that way because they don't have the details set. But I would have taken these 2 weeks with everyone in New York to hash out details on what happens with the top 500 players when they move in and out of the top 500. What are we going to do with the representing women, since a lot of us wanted to merge tours? There's a lot of questions that people have that they could have taken time to answer before they released the details. I think that was the biggest mistake on their part.
Yeah, I mean,
I think
with the success of the Adria Tour, right? I mean, there's no one we want to charge more than Novak, right?
I think it just speaks to just how messy tennis is. The fact that you have these disparate groups of players trying to figure something out. We talked about this on some of our chats and pretty regularly. What is there, 6, 7 different organizations that get to decide how tennis goes? You've got the ATP, the WTA, all the Grand Slams with their own separate organization. I know I'm missing something else.
They have a committee, the Davis Cup, the ITF, right?
It's just exhausting. I didn't know if the ITF was its own thing or if that was.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, they are. They
Okay,
do
so
the
they're
ITF
there you
tours,
go. So the
and
ITF.
Davis and Fed Cup is another whole And remember, they have to work with the calendar because they need off weeks to run Davis and Fed Cup. So they are also an integral part of a separate organization that has impact over the tennis calendar every year. So yeah, there's a lot of different organizations. I think the Grand Slams at least consolidate. There's a Grand Slam committee, I believe, that helps make basic decisions. Now each tournament still has their own balls, still has their own small policies, but they do have a committee of all four to try and make sure that at least on that front there's some sort of stability across the four majors.
Yeah, it blows my mind that in a world in which all the revenue and things that are built around driving prize money, helping these players out, come through TV and ads, and I think it would just be so much easier and frankly so much more profitable to take all this stuff, put it together, put it into one organization. And I don't know if that's the long-term goal what Novak's trying to do, but I think it just speaks to how messy tennis is in general in terms of organization.
What did you think, Steve? I made a bad joke as you were about to break it down.
Look, I understand the concept, and I think I get what they're trying to do. And obviously that there's a bit of tension there, because as soon as the other players caught wind that this meeting was going on, they were very quick to send a message out to everyone who was basically attending the meeting. So there's obviously something there that needs to be addressed. It just feels really rushed. If you're going to kind of profess unity and bringing everyone together, don't put 65 men on a court without a female to be seen, and then talk about unity and bringing, I guess, the sport together. I think the concept's there, but it just feels rushed because they've got everyone in the bubble there and they can get enough people to sign based on the influence of a couple of people at the top. We should see where it goes, but it's just it felt rushed.
You know what? I hope someone asked Djokovic about that exact thing in a player conference. I don't know if we'll get a ton of Vasek Pospisil post-match at a podium kind of thing. You know what I mean? We will with Djokovic. We will certainly get multiple post-match pressers. You would think, unless he goes out somehow to Zoomer. But even then, he'll be speaking if he loses to Damir Zoomer. That's where I'd like to see someone ask him that question. Why did you do it a couple days before a slam? Because one, it's going to get lost in the news cycle. So either you wanted it to, which means you knew you were unprepared, or you made a terrible decision timing wise and lessened the impact of your announcement. There was no logical reason to do it. You still had questions. I'd love to see them ask him and put him on the spot for that exact concept of how they rushed it out.
But yeah, it didn't feel right, particularly with, they've gone to such lengths to get the US Open to be run. There's so much going on at the moment just to get the sport functioning again. It just seemed like a really poorly timed spot.
Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh. I just saw Dukes' comment of the
Yeah, that was good. I got to shut down that too. An interesting thing here, and
I didn't laugh.
You guys might know, but Dosa got a coaching violation here. And what is the rule? You can talk to your coach when you guys are on the same side of the court?
Not at a slam. Not at a slam. There's no on-court coaching at the Grand Slams. I don't think
you could have, right?
Yes. Last week was Cincinnati. That was WTA, though. So this week,
I swore I saw Gracheva talking to her coach earlier.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's probably. Did you say Gracheva got the violation?
No, Badosa got it, and yeah, I'm gonna keep an eye on this. But
how about Maniac asking about Sasnovich? We were just talking about this prior. She does look a lot better, though, eh?
She's starting to play a little bit better. I haven't had a chance to pull up the stats yet. Steve, I don't know if you have those numbers in front of you, if we can do a quick first, second set comparison for Sass, but she seems to be attacking the net a little bit more. She's keeping the ball in a little bit, but we'll see if she can hold here.
Let me just take a look at the stats here. So 15 winners to 14 unforced errors for Sasnovich in this set. That's up from 9 winners and 13 unforced errors in that first set. Both of them
ratio, I guess.
Percentage, yeah, both have dropped their first serve percentage, but look pretty comparable. I mean, Di Lorenzo hasn't faced a break point yet, but it's a different ball game, serving at 4-5 to early in that set.
If anyone knows,
she of course just blew a dry volley.
We went over an hour without those words, Noops. Come on, man.
Had to. Couldn't
Well,
help
now
myself.
now it's
It
in
was
my
a
head,
good
man.
one too. She ran
That
right
was-
up, just smashed the thing right outside the doubles line. Like wasn't even close.
Oh, good lord! For those watching who don't know us as well, or Steve's followers who don't know the rest, drive volleys. You can check it in my profile at Jorge TWTS Tennis. Hater of drive volleys, also hater of American odds. I use them though because a lot of viewers are American. But yeah, drive volleys terrible. Now where was I going? See, I knew this would scramble my brain.
You're gonna stop reading chicken comments.
how about oh my gosh, drive volleys, man, totally off my game now. Londero up 2 sets on Donskoy is interesting. Donskoy was a underdog there. Did anyone get suckered into taking that line or that price, trying to fade Londero?
Nope.
No. Okay. Good. But the other thing I wanted to, sorry, it's right in front of my face. Alia Tomjanovic. I think she's playing a really decent match. And it's too bad, Steve. You can't even get the Aussie matches down there before.
No.
Wow. I think she's played pretty well. I feel bad for her. This is like Kudermetova all over again. What a terrible draw first round. She just can't get any kind of consistency in terms of 3 or 4 games in a row against Angie Kerber, who's looking as good as she has since we last saw her. That's incredible.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was watching Kerber before flipping back to Sasnovich. She's playing some really nice tennis right now. And Tomljanovic is too. The second set has been fun to watch so far.
Now, I think Carolina Pliskova was a -7, I think, favorite, -7 games. She's been broken to start, so behind the 8 ball there early against Kalinina from Ukraine, but you'd think that she should be able to still get on top of that. Now, King Kyrgios, we'll go to chapter 6.
Let's see what she is live.
The Chorich Files. Love hold.
Down a break, Pliskova's -400 to win the first set.
Oh, the first set. Well, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, just to win the first set.
Good. Well, I guess
she's still -1400 to win the match.
Remember,
there
not
you go.
all
She's got some break points.
Not all breaks are created equally either, right? If you're broken in the first game of a set, it's a lot easier to come back from than if you're broken at 3-3 in a set, right? There's more time to get that break back. So I think that makes sense. -400 for the set so early. Something I wanted to talk about, because we haven't brought this up yet. It is something that's now part of the tennis gambling scene, if you will, and it's more popular than ever at Grand Slam time, is DFS. Anyone have any lineups for DFS today? Viewers, drop them in the chat. We can chat about those lineups. What do you guys have? Did anyone do any DraftKings today?
I did
not. Go ahead.
And I think it was, I did. And I think, Jorge, it was you that pointed out that the price on Bondarenko was flip-flopped. So that was a really good example of, and again, credit to you for that. When you go through, guys, when you're doing DFS, just pull up the odds real quick and make sure that they have the favorite actually priced higher than the underdog. So that was a nice little bit today. I think I had Vondrasova in some lineups, so that'll help quite a bit. I'm going to pull that up. But I had a little bit of DFS today. Just wanted to shout you out for that, for calling that out, though. That was a good angle.
Yeah, I think anytime you can get oppose Ali kick at $6,600 in a DraftKings lineup on hard courts, you have to do it, even if it's with Katerina Bondarenko. I think today seemed like I think tomorrow feels like the day where I'm more confident about my DFS lineup. So I feel like that means today I'll cash and tomorrow I won't.
I just put together a couple of teams because I did put a little article up on it. So I've got one team that I'm rocking: Jordan Thompson, Angelique Kerber, Bondarenko, Coco, Golf, Kyle Edmund, and Cressy.
Okay. Did I put Cressy in? I think I might have Cressy as well.
That's team number 1.
I've got mine up here. I've got Paolini, Collins, Bondarenko, Mladenovic, Kvitova, Tsitsipas. So what a little contrarian.
Yeah, that's going to be. You know what? You're probably the only one with that lineup, though. So if it somehow goes perfect, then you're looking at.
I just need Paolini to keep it close, and frankly, I need Collins to win. Like, this is essentially just a lottery ticket on Collins. If she wins, Bondarenko should win. Mladenovic is looking actually okay right now. Kvitova and Tsitsipas will kind of do their thing, and everybody else will have them. So I'll soak up some ownership stuff there. But that was my idea: build a little Danielle Collins ticket around the Bondarenko mistake.
Yeah, see, Bondarenko 32% owned. I'm surprised it's not higher. That was a huge mistake, and that's actually going to be an advantage because, I mean, frankly, from a non-results oriented perspective, that was a must-have in your lineup today. Saves you a ton of cash, and you're getting a minus 500 favorite, I think. Severely mispriced. I have Thompson and Jung going right now. I'm surprised Jung was only 6.6% owned going up against Federico Coria, who's just an abysmal hardcourt player. I'm glad that he's only 6.6% owned. And Jordan Thompson, of course, 12.8% owned. Second highest in my entire lineup behind Bondarenko. I think a lot of people spotted the value in having him for $8,400 against a clay court kind of guy. So it would have been nice if he could have not blown multiple love 40s like Gerasimov just did as well against Lajovic. If the more breaks he can pick up and the fewer games he loses, the better off the DFS lineup. So it doesn't hurt our bet per se, but it's not great for the DFS lineup. But 2 sets to love. Can't complain when you're up that much. Well, Noobs, your under's dead, right. So you're now rooting for Badosa.
I know.
Okay.
0-2 to start the day. I was trying to think about that. But thanks for reminding me.
No problem, man. I just want you on our side. That's all.
No,
I don't know why everyone assumes I'm going to.
I'm Team Badosa now. I'm Team Badosa now. I think I have her picked in my bracket. And I think I tailed one of you on Badosa. So I'm sure I have a Badosa ticket somewhere in the morass of bets that I made over the last 3 days.
I think you know me for years now. Don't expect me to say nice things or be compassionate. That's not who I am.
Don't expect me to just take your crap either.
No, I wouldn't be friends or co-host with you if you did. I'd be bored. I'd be like, I'm off.
I love you too.
Typical Noobs phoning it in.
Oh my god. Well, hey, Davidovich Fokina, for the probably 4 of us who bet him worldwide on a hard court as an underdog, is looking to equalize or level up at a set apiece, which is good. I'll take it. Gerasimov. This is a big service game for Egor Gerasimov. I think a lot of people are on this one side or the other. I know a few on Gerasimov. I know even more on Lajovic. So this is a match I know that there should be some interest in. And, he blew a love 40, and Lajovic held for 2-1 in the third. And now, if you're at Gerasimov and you had that huge momentum swing against you to end the second, and now you've blown a love 40, this is a huge service game at 1-2. So we'll see how he fares here. He's up to 2.62 or $2 plus 162 on serve at 1 set all in the third. That is higher than his price pre-match, which is interesting. I think I don't know how I can justify not doubling down on that. Now even at 30-15, he's at plus 150 or $2.50. I mean, he's 2 points from being level on sets and games. I don't know how I can bet that pre-match and not find value in that in play. So I think I'm going to have to go do that right now.
I just did.
There you go. I mean, it doesn't make any logical sense for me not to, right?
Have to.
Oh, now it's down to. See, he won another point. Now it's down to $1.30. So I'll leave it.
All right. Yeah, I got the 155 while you were talking. Here we go. Badosa serving for the second set now.
Woo-hoo. Fighting talk in the stream. It's all love, Mike. It's all love.
Sasnovich.
Yeah,
holds.
and Badosa had a nice chance to grab a break there, but Grcheva's definitely not as consistent as she was. She's still getting more pace on the ball, but I've seen Badosa open up a couple times now and go for winners, so it seems to be evening out. Grcheva's saying something to the ump, but I can't hear it.
So Gerasimov does hold. That is a relatively big hold. It doesn't look like it maybe on the score line, but all things considered. How about Kristina Milodinovic pulling away against Baptiste now? She's a couple points from a consolidated double break lead. One of those situations potentially where a young player really got off to a hot start. And, I think that's the one thing with young players in tennis is you can red line and you can stick with the bigger names or the tour regulars for a set. It's really tough to do it across 2 or 3 sets, though. You can see this happens all the time, right?
Yeah, I was a little disappointed in myself. I meant to look at the second set under there, and by the time I got to it, Mladenovic had already broken. I think that'll be a good angle as we sit and do some of these streams, and as you do some live betting yourself. If there is a really tight first set, I see this a lot of time. The WTA, a 7-5, a 7-6. The second set ends up being 6-1, 6-0, 6-2. Especially if the favorite takes a tough first set, you see kind of that mental fatigue and impact really build up, and it looks like we're going to have that right here. Mladenovic looks like she's going to get at least the 5-1, if 5-2, if not 5-1.
And this is
go ahead, Jorge.
I was just going to say in chat, King Kyrgios mentioned this, and this is something we chatted about in a group chat last year, and we kind of watched for a couple weeks, and it was absolutely true. If you get those $4 underdogs, it's almost worth betting on the 2-0 market as well, because so often these young teenagers, they win 2-0, as he said, or they don't win at all. He showed me that, and I started doing it a bit last year, and it was remarkably accurate. Once they get to a third set, their bodies just can't hold up against professionals. Their mental game, if they win the first, lose the second, they kind of slip and think, oh boy, at least I want a set, or you can kind of see them resigned to losing. So if they do it, they usually do it in 2 sets. That's an interesting point. Sorry, go ahead, Fred.
I was just going to say, with Mladenovic rolling, what do you guys think of her ability to basically make a run here? I think she's got some dark horse potential. What do you guys think?
If you like dark horses, this is the year to do it, right? Or the exact slam, not just the year, this slam to do it.
I'm sorry, Sper, what was that name?
Mladenovic. Do you think she's got a chance to make a quarterfinal or semifinal here?
No, because Steve's going to be watching a lot of matches and make comments about her double faults and she'll fall apart or something. I just don't think that she has the consistency, really. She has the game. I mean, again, she's someone that we've seen. She serves well. She has nice results on hard courts, maybe, but I can't see her keeping it together for 2 weeks.
Yeah, and look, it's a tricky look. She is in the Petra Martic section, but also she's going to end up having to play here probably the winner of Badosa and Gracheva. So that'll be a tough little second round match there. And there might be a little bit of value going against Kiki in that one, depending on who comes out of this other first round match. Just a couple of things to kind of check on here. Denis Novak was able to break back in the second set there, but is now serving at 4-5, lost 30. Angelique Kerber has the double break advantage and is serving for the match at 5-2 in the second set, but also trailing to 30-40. And we just had a question in the chat from Mike around any thoughts on Mannarino, who's playing against Sonego. Is that tomorrow, that one, or is it later today? Is that tomorrow?
If we Google will tell you exactly when they play and what court.
Yeah, it's on court short.
That is today. It's next up, I think. Second up on a court.
Yeah. I didn't see value in it. I think Mannarino is the deserving favourite for it. But Sonego, I've seen him play. Look, it doesn't look like it's really hot there, but it's obviously the humidity's playing a role. You look at Coric, and there's been a couple of comments on Twitter as well that he's basically slipping over at times on the baseline in his own sweat. I've seen Sonego play in ridiculous heat. I think it was in that Turkish tournament on the grass where it was scorching temperatures, and from a fitness level it might be okay. I've seen Mannarino struggle a little bit at times, but look, if I had to side, I'd probably go Mannarino at the price, but I'm not. I haven't jumped in.
Yeah, I would totally agree with that. I think Sonego is someone, like a lot of Spaniards, I always talk about, sometimes they're a bit undervalued on hard courts just because the flag beside their name and their success on kind of their native clay. But Sonego is kind of the opposite of Travaglia. He's got the big enough serve, but I think his game from the baseline is more suited to being able to succeed on hard courts as well. So I think it's priced about right, even though it does seem like Mannarino is awfully cheap here. I think there's a reason for that, and it's actually priced decently well from the bookmakers. By the way, Gerasimov break. Just saying.
Was that did you have a tiebreak bet on the Di Lorenzo Sasnovich one, Moves?
It's good to see Steve's paying attention. Yes, sir. Now I just need Sasnovich to win the tiebreaker, and I can get my over 2.5 sets, and it'll be up a little bit of money to start. That would be fun.
I was going to say, and your Carolina. Oh, never mind. I thought she had consolidated. I was going to say a nice little start for your Caroline Garcia fade. I won't even say that it was a backing Paolini.
Did you fade with Caro today?
Oh, I fade with Caro every day. When I
Instead
saw the
of fly with Caro?
WTA doing like I fade with Caro. Some people fly with Caro. I fade with Caro. I mean, again, the WTA was doing a special on her about a tournament, turn 2 tournament she won in 2017. Oh my God! I guess for you guys, how long do you guys wait to just give up on saying, she's really talented, maybe she can put it together. She's really talented, maybe she can put together. I mean, how long till we get to the point where, like, spread in basketball, it's like Jeff Green, where you're just like, I'm done with this. Like, yeah, sure, maybe she's talented, maybe she actually isn't talented, maybe she just was and now isn't anymore. I mean, how much longer do we have? How many more matches do we have to watch? And Garcia breaks back, of course, but as long as Paolini's got her thinking a little bit early, I'm not too nervous, but it happens with a lot of these players, her especially. Anyway, go ahead.
I also think, like, a coaching change would have, I know it's broken record, but how many times do you have to say a coaching change would do our world of good? Like, good God, get rid of your father. Seriously. I think she has temporarily. I don't know if he might have comorbidities, so there might be a COVID issue there, because last week the commentators on Tennis Channel were saying that she has someone else listed as her coach, at least for the Cincinnati week. And I would assume if her dad's not in there isolating for Cincinnati, he wouldn't be coming over for the U.S. Open or able to go to the courts. So I think she does have a temporary new coach. I'm not sure if it's permanent. But, like, come on. I think a lot of these, the worst thing about having a parent as a coach is too many women are perhaps hesitant to fire them because they're family. If you had this lack of success for this extended period with any other coach, they'd be fired by now, no?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
right?
Noobs,
Like,
we need Doc Rivers to go ahead and give a WTA seminar basically on getting rid of family there, right? Because he's the opposite, right? He's completely ruthless here. Maybe some of these tennis players could take his lead. Yeah.
For those of you that don't know, Doc Rivers is the coach of the Los Angeles Clippers, who traded his son.
Awesome. I love that.
Fairly publicly, but he did make sure his son got a nice fat contract before he got traded. So,
and
there you go.
He also acquired
one pocket
the man that cheated on his daughter.
I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Man.
It's tough, business first, I guess. I don't.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Absolutely. It looks like Paula Badosa Hibert is having some problem closing out the set. She's had a few set points.
I'm watching. I'm a couple points behind, but it's been.
Do you feel like if she loses this game, because she's now facing break point spread? I won't ruin the break point for you. I'll just let you know she's facing another break point here. Do you think this is like almost like match over if she doesn't close the set out here? Because it seems like an awfully tough path to come back at 5-all and try and win 2 consecutive games or get through a tie break after you've blown multiple set points already.
The way this is going, no. It's kind of just been on Grcheva's racket. If Grcheva hits it in, but the pressure is going to mount on.
7-5 is 6-1.
I mean,
which way? On Grcheva?
Badosa 7-5. Badosa 7-5 is 6-1. Grcheva 7-5 is 4.5 to 1. Oh, it's dropping down anyway, but. Yeah, we'll see. I think Badosa's a little mentally tougher, so maybe she can put it together. Sasnovich gives back the mini break. What a jerk. And there you go. Grcheva gets the break.
Oh, well.
Did she?
He spoiled it, not me.
Yeah.
He spoiled it,
not me. It's fine. It's fine. I'm not too worried about it. But, boy, disappointing with how she had kind of taken control of the set here. So, like Jorge said, this could definitely be an issue where, a game is more than a game, right?
Time release medicine?
Yeah.
That's what the MTO was. This was a time released medical timeout. It didn't work until it was facing, and now the MTO, boom, the tactic worked.
Well, maybe the painkillers have kicked in, so.
Yeah, 15 level. This is the most predictable outcome ever for the second set. You just know it. And
the 2 points that led to the break, she just netted balls that she should not have missed. Kind of disappointing for us as Badosa backers, but this is WTA. It's definitely not over.
No. I mean, this is gonna be a tough hold. You could see Badosa into her already. Mladenovic closes it out 7-5, 6-2. Kerber gave back a break. Second time Kerber will be serving for the match now.
Oh boy! You know what, I kind of think Isla deserves not to lose 6-4, 6-2. Now I don't want her to be winning this game. Like let's make that clear. But I kind of feel like I'm on the money line. I don't need a spread. It's not like I had 4.5 that just lost. Okay, love 15. At least I'm delayed, but that's not good. But I'd rather her lose 6-4, 6-4. She deserves at least like a relatively close match. She's played well. She has. I feel bad for her.
Well, that's good. That's very thoughtful of you. You want her to lose, but just not too bad.
Right? Yeah. Who said I wasn't compassionate? That was me that said that. I'm an idiot.
That's. Kalinina finally wins a game after Pliskova rips 4 in a row off. Looks like she's into her a little bit on serve here again. Actually, break point for Kalinina now.
As we jump around, we also have Davidovich Fokina and Denis Novak, I believe, ended the last set with multiple consecutive breaks. They opened the third with a break, and now Davidovich Fokina is up 15-30. We're in the middle of watching a potentially WTA little run here from Novak and Davidovich Fokina, although it's 30-all now. But a little interesting. I always love when that happens with the men. So all the people who only exclusively watch the ATP, like I know the concept is that it's more prevalent with the women, but it's always nice to see that little run of breaks in the men's game too. It's like, see, happens to your tour as well. Like it's not just ours,
Keeps everyone on their toes.
That's right. Oh, there you go. Sasnovich 5-2 in the breaker here in Oopsie.
Come on. Let's get it done.
He's going quiet.
Nice little...
I'm not talking about it till it happens.
Oh, I know. That's why I brought it up. I knew you definitely didn't want to talk about it till it was closed out.
Tiebreak odds a little under 4-1. They were 3.8-1.
And you got what, plus 150 or more on the over 2.5 sets?
2.5 sets was, oh my gosh, this was 194. No, it must have been 195 because I always have to round down. Yeah, that was one of the ones that stuck out to me. I mean, in general, guys, if you're floating around in the WTA and you can find an over 2.5 set number plus 160 or better in a match that's going to be competitive. So if you're looking at a match that totals like 21 or like a really juicy 20.5 on the over and you find plus 160, just bet that. It ends up being a really good move. So like in a situation like this, I was floored to see that price. I'm surprised actually I didn't put a full unit on that instead of just half a unit, but that's a really good number given how competitive this match could have been. And I think the total again was right around 20.5, maybe even 21 at close. I'll pull up odds portal. Just another good angle to attack.
And with the way that the lopsided sets happen so often in the WTA, I would think that there's clearly more value on the, like, to get the overs of 21, you're almost assured they're going to go 3 sets to do it, right? So instead of taking the minus 110 numbers, go ahead and take the plus 190s. And if it's a 2-set over, I mean, there's far fewer tie breaks and far fewer 7-5s in the WTA. So, when you get $1 of value, dollar for dollar, they're matching you on the value. It's a pretty smart move, and I've totally jinxed it. I'd love to see it. Actually, I hate
such a freaking jerk. Kerber closes it out.
5-2 with 2 balls on her racket to serve out the set. Boom! Now it's 4 serving 5. But if she wins 1 return point here, she's in decent shape. So let me go ahead and jinx that for you too, Noopsy.
That's good. I'm on delay, so I'm going to put that back on so I can watch her blow those 2 points.
Okay, I won't mention it again. It'll be spread again.
That's okay. No, here we go.
Well, what I'm going to mention is you might have been absolutely right as Badosa opens the game at 5-6 with a double fault.
Classic. Absolutely classic game script there. Why didn't I take the 7-5 Gracheva correct score? If she held for 6-5, you just knew she was breaking for 7-5. This is the WTA after all. I guess
that's 2 double faults now.
Drive volley.
2 double faults there.
Oh. One of the
who hit the drive?
Was another drive volley.
Oh gosh, that's a painful
way out. Had time to let it bounce.
8 double faults for Badosa today. Says 0 for Gracheva. Probably the difference is a very close match.
Double match point. I mean, that's classic. I mean, like, I saw one of the guys that I actually genuinely enjoy talking to. the Gamble Taylor. Very, very fun personality too. Very much like mine. Doesn't care what people think. Extremely loud. Probably has trouble sitting still. Just a great dude overall for my money. But he was on Gracheva, and I was like, why are you doing that, man? Of course it's going to win.
You're not looking at the Sasnovich Di Lorenzo, are you, Noob?
No, I'm sure it's lost already. I've got the match on right now. I watched Sasnovich blow both of those points. I'm assuming this is D'Lo 2 already. Which is a shame because D'Lo was just on my cross-off list. I thought Sasnovich was getting a little too much love after maybe a hot qualifying run. I can't remember if that was Lexington or Cincinnati. I think it was Lexington.
I see the Kikis finished off for a win.
Who? Oh, Mladenovic, yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh. I thought you were talking about
Sasnovich
Kiki
still
Burns.
on.
I was like, she's not playing here this week.
She would have done well,
There it
too. I think that
7-5.
it's been wide open for her.
7-5 for Gracheva official. I mean, just so predictable, man. Like, everyone talks about how unpredictable the WTA is, and I'm like, what are you talking about? It is a very profitable league to bet because it is predictably inconsistent. Like, the inconsistencies that drive most people nuts are what we thrive on betting. We know certain situations. You can find these live numbers where it's just like, it happens 50% of the time, and you're getting, plus 300 odds. Like, it's a hugely valuable sport.
So she now moves on to face Mladenovic in the next round.
Oh, that is an interesting matchup because I did mention too on my handicaps that I do think that Gracheva is slightly undervalued in most markets. It turns out that this time around it was just she played someone on hard courts that's even more undervalued. That's why I opposed her. I think there could be some real value next round. We'll see if that number pops while we're on the stream, because a lot of times when it's early enough in the day like this, the European traders at Pinnacle will start pumping those early numbers out. And 365 is very good during slams too. The only time they ever set the market. We'll see if that number comes out, because if you can get a nice big plus money number, I might take Gracheva to beat Mladenovic or take it over there, something like that.
I like Gracheva there. I definitely am going to take a look at an over. My guess is they hang like a 21. I'm hoping they do. I'm going to go over that 21.
Why haven't we got a reaction yet?
This for you.
Yeah. Me and Steve are asking the same thing.
Because I'm not looking at the score.
There
I
we
wasn't
go.
looking at the score. I didn't want to look at the score. I have it up on the TV, and I'm like, oh, God, she didn't lose yet. This is going to be painful. Like, I was waiting for the Di Lorenzo. There we go, folks. 2-2 on the day. We're in the black.
I absolutely love, by the way, TSN just put up a graphic here. Luckily, 4 channels with 4 different courts right now in Canada on the TV. So very, very fortunate in that sense. They just put up a graphic of the top 100 women out of the U.S. Open. And I'm going to preface this with no offense to Steve, but does anyone really give a flying hoot that, like, Lin Zhu is not playing the U.S. Open? Or Sam Stosur is not playing the U.S. Open? Like, 30-something-year-old Sam Stosur? What are we going to do without ancient Sam Stosur at the U.S. Open?
I would like Sam Stosur so we could bet against her.
Give me top 50 names. Don't give me top 100. Who gives a damn if the top 100? Lin Zhu?
I had that same reaction when people were putting out some of those lists. There were some pretty hilarious names. And they're like, Lin Zhu wasn't going to be there anyway. I guess, would she have qualified even for qualifying?
Yeah, she's 70. She's 70 something. She's top 100. These are all top 100. And it just bothers me because it's like, it's they're building these lists to fit a narrative. And I get that it's a legitimate narrative, but at least, like, bring us some names that are actually important. Like Fiona Farrow, not important probably to the greater tennis community, but as we know, Noops, extremely undervalued, extremely talented player. Were we not on her to win the first week back and hit a 40-1? Yeah, I mean, that's a more important player to me in that top 50. Polona Hertzog, okay, she's a clay player anyway, I don't really care. But, like, there's several top 50 players that were out, and that list is much more impactful than including the top 100, where you've got, like, Stosur and Zhu. Like, who cares? Seriously, who's going to be like, I'm not watching the U.S. Open because Lin Zhu is not in the draw. I'm not watching.
Lin Zhu's mom.
Can I just mention, Spread's little avatar thing is creepy when he's not here.
Oh, where did he go? Hold on, let's see. I can't see. I gotta like lean forward.
Probably get water or
is.
coffee. My mouth is starting to dry up too. I need some more water. I couldn't, like, I use my travel.
It's
travel
Darth
mode,
Maul.
but
That's what it is. I didn't know you could even set that.
Now, Kalinina, now I've just realized actually I have
Back
access
on
to
serve.
like 4 courts. So
Oh, there you go.
yeah, Kalinina's at 4-all with Pliskova, and it looks like she's actually been using her angles quite well through that service game to keep Pliskova on the move. So it'll be interesting to see what happens here in this service game for Pliskova after dropping the last one. What other courts have I got? This is exciting. That's so much more. Oh, that's a Serena Williams press conference.
Oh,
I'm flipping through. I'm going to try to find that Pliskova match.
You know what? The ratings, I'll bet you the ratings on that would eclipse the ratings of the Badosa-Gracheva match if it was on American TV. I guarantee.
100%.
Serena Williams press conference. It's amazing to me how many people would rather watch Serena talk about her match long before it happens than watch actual tennis. Jason Jung, by the way, if you're one of the 6.6% of DraftKings owners that has him in your lineups like I am, we are really happy right now. 6-2, 6-4, 3-love. No double faults to hurt us. He's probably going to get the 3-0 score line. He's only lost 6 games all match through 2.5 sets. Yeah, look at that. So, with Jordan, with Tomo, also looking good. If I can get Cabrera, like, things are looking up.
Garcia's starting to get into Paolini here. Love 30. Need a hold. Come on, Jasmine. You can do it.
Mike points out that Chapeau's starting soon, so I'm obliged to pull that up on my TV as a passport-carrying Canadian. He's also in my DFS lineup, so I would love to see a nice 3-0 routine win from him. That's nothing routine about him, but
is there a court open for him?
Yeah, let me just.
I guess he's on after one of the women then.
And I don't
say this to pull up the order of play, but I know that always ends up being kind of a pain in the ass.
Louis Armstrong. I don't even know if I don't think they kick off till 1. The center court, Ash, I believe, was Pliskova at noon.
Oh, you think he's the first? You think he's the first match on Louis? That makes sense.
Honestly, I don't say this facetiously, and I didn't know that Google would be one of the quickest, most accurate sources to go to. But if you just type a player's name in the field in Google, they'll pull up the court and the approximate starting time, which gives you an idea of where they are in the order of play. Like, first is 11 a.m., second will be like 12:30 if it's a women's match first. Otherwise, they do an approximation of 2 hours. And you can figure it out that way. It's actually really useful. There's some younger players they don't do it for. But I'm actually pleasantly surprised at how easy just Google search it, like how helpful just a simple Google search is for finding out that kind of stuff, like court placements and whatnot.
Yeah, I've been doing that for a while. It helps
for
just as
WTA,
good,
right? Because WTA doesn't put it out.
If you have trouble using Flash Score at work, it's a really good way to pull up scores too, because some places will block your Flash Score, but you can pull open like the whole channel page. Sorry, Steve, I keep cutting you off.
Got double faults galore from Pliskova, and she's now down 15-40, serving at 4-all to Kalinina.
Wow.
Come on, Kalinina. Shock the world.
Isn't this the Putin save a quarter? Isn't this the Putin save a quarter?
I'm sorry, it's the Brady quarter.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes. Also the Vondrasova quarter.
5.5 to 1. Okay, Vondi, I'll give you.
All right.
5.5 to 1. You do not deserve to win that Jennifer Brady over. Sorry.
It's the 30 to 1 outright that I love.
Oh, okay. Not the 5.5 to 1 quarter. Okay.
Yeah, she's not afraid of Naomi Osaka in that second quarter.
Kalinina looks like a different human being from the last time I watched her on green clay in the States. What on earth? Literally looks totally different.
I realized that I was confusing her with Anna Kalinskaya.
Yeah?
I was like, that's weird. That's not how she looks. I'm like, no, that's a different person. Never mind.
Yeah.
It's tough, folks. There's a lot of names.
No, it's this is really interesting because if we can get Pliskova out here, boy, a lot of people targeted that first quarter because they knew that if you could get Pliskova out, we didn't think it would be here, but she saves both. Damn it.
And then one last comment on the Google thing. The only matches that are tough, they seem to have some sort of age restriction. If a player is below 18 years old, they won't put the score up. So, like, you won't find Coco Gauff matches on there for some reason. It must be some sort of, like, agreement or some lawyer somewhere went no putting scores up for children or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
it's very odd.
That's what it is. It's almost always younger players and challenger tournaments where you have to go to, like, Tennis Explorer to find the approximate time into the tournaments page for the order of play. It's almost exclusively young players. That's something I had noticed as well. Let's see here. We got Gerasimov closes the third, up 2 sets to 1 there. Nice value selection. Hopefully panning out for those of us that took it. And we're about to start Lizette Cabrera. I'm ready for that one.
A tricky little spot here for Jordan Thompson after pushing Travaglia on the last service game. It's just kind of digging himself out of a little love 15 and a 15-30 hole here. Back to 30 all. He really needs to make sure he knuckles down for the next 5 to 10 minutes. This match could be over in 10 minutes, or it could be, we could be going for another set or two.
Yeah, that's really disappointing because I wanted a couple 3-0s to start the day. I think you get bonus points for that. You don't lose points for sets lost. So hopefully Thompson can eke out the hold here and finish him in straights because Jason Jung's going along nicely. So,
Gritty hold for Pliskova.
Mm-hmm.
Garcia looking like she's going to consolidate her break, unfortunately.
Boy, and Borna Coric, he's going to do it 3-0 after all for King Kyrgios.
King deserves it. He's been working the reverse jinx hard.
Yeah, I mean, that's moaning it in if we've ever seen it,
Up, Darth Maul's gone. Spread his back.
Oh, hey guys. Sorry, I had to go get some more tennis, and Dasha was done killing dragonflies, so I let her back inside.
Yeah, don't kill dragonflies. Those things eat spiders and
yeah, I know. It's kind
man.
of disappointing, but
I love dragonflies.
She doesn't listen to me that much.
Is that what dragonflies do? That's interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, they're friends of humans, at least in my mind, because I hate spiders, and no one likes mosquitoes, but I hate spiders more than the average human being does. As I look up at the ceiling, talking about them.
Spiders are good. They kill flies.
I literally have to check the ceiling when I talk or think about them. I check the corners of the ceiling. It's like, oh,
that's good to know. I'm gonna have to tuck that away.
No, if we ever meet in person and you come at me with a spider,
just something to think about.
Oh boy, net worth, and then Steve's gonna have to find a way to get literally across the world. Reunion in Vegas for some Grand Slam betting at live sports books. Something that's gonna happen eventually. It's gonna happen.
Well, we have to wait for Vegas to have tennis, but yeah.
Snize says spiders are friends of humans. No, they could be your friends, Snize.
Snize is a friend to all the animals. And
yes, he is.
And creatures and living beings. Let's see. Let's circle back here. Sasnovich looks like she's starting to run away with it a little bit here in the third set. Up a break. Looks like she's starting to get into Di Lorenzo's serve again here. Yep, love 30 now. Pliskova takes the set. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, come on, Jasmine. Hold here, then break. Let's get like a 7-5er here or something.
Do you have the over interesting angles?
Well, I have the Paolini. I guess I don't want to call it like a team total over, but like the player total over, if you will. Maybe that's the right
okay.
Phrase for it. So I have Paolini to win 8 games, over 8 games. So 8's a push, not 9 is actually a win. It's a pretty interesting market. Another player that I have today, and this one I actually like even better, Astra Sharma over 7 games won. I think it's a really interesting angle, especially if you're looking at an underdog, but you're not. When you're looking at an underdog, but you have misgivings maybe about the favorite a little bit. I think there's a chance that Yastremska just, doesn't even really show up. If she doesn't withdraw, she might just come out and lose 6-2, 6-1 or something like that. And you feel like an idiot because you're holding an over ticket. Yastremska, only won 4 or 5 games for you. So I think another good angle that I've started to look at a little bit more, and I know Snice and I have talked about this quite a bit, is that player total over. So I've got over 8 here for Paolini, and then later on over 7 for Sharma. I guess, is that tomorrow? Or Sharma today?
Sharma plays today.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, I think.
Trying to update my thing. Go ahead.
I think I like that, and I like sprinkling the money line if you do that too. I think it's just it went $5.76, and I think a lot of people are on Sharma money line, or at least a lot of the people that I talked to about handicapping tennis. And Thompson's been broken. Oh no, double 3-0. But I think a lot of people are on that kind of play because it's just Astra Sharma is a good player. Like she's not a bad player. She had injury problems for a long time, but she's got a big serve that can get her through some holes. She's playing an erratic Yastremska. I'm just surprised to see that over $3.25, $3.50. In no way should she be the favorite. Like, I'm not making the case that she's going to win 65% of the time here, but goodness,
of course
like,
not.
this is a little much. Saying that she's going to win, 15, 17% of the time is a little much, especially because it's women's tennis.
Wow, Paolini closed. I'm just doing some work here on a little CLV. It looks like Paolini closed at 248 after opening at plus 376. So a lot of market support for her.
Well, I think a lot of people fade. There's a lot of people that love fading Caro too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sloane and Caro are two of the biggest fades on the WTA tour. And that's why it's fun to watch, having watched them play last week. That first round.
The two fades that face off.
It looks like Travaglia here, a couple of points from taking the third set, potentially against Thompson. Coric up 2 sets to love. With Dennis Novak just hanging on to that break advantage for now.
Yeah.
Lajovic hanging on at the start, that first game of the fourth set, down 2 sets to 1. What else have we got here? Schwartzman up 2 sets to love and on serve in the third. Sasnovich running away with it now against Di Lorenzo after saving. I think it was the 1 match point, wasn't it, in that second set tiebreak? And Pliskova looks like kind of running away with things too.
Well, Pliskova, after the gritty hold, we call those I know the Tennis Channel calls them boomerang breaks. You see one woman blow her chance at a few break points one game, then the next game she's broken right back. That's what happened. Kalinina, after blowing that 15-40, she lost, I think, all 4 points in the consequential game that cost her the set there on serve. So now it's been 3 games in a row for Pliskova, but in terms of points won, it's been something like, 12 of 14 or something right now. She's absolutely just demolishing Kalinina in the last 10 or 15 minutes.
I see Kvitova starting. I'm going to flip over there and see what she looks like. What are your expectations for her the next couple of weeks from all 3 of you guys? I know that she's somebody that if we knew she was in form, I think all of us would feel really good about her, possibly even winning this event. But some of the pricing beforehand, I think I even saw an outright on her close to 20, if not 20 itself. So, Danny, you guys have any strong feelings or opinions on her for the next couple weeks?
I mean, I think it's hard to have strong feelings on her. It's almost like a Kerber situation where we know that she has, championship material inside of her, but with the form being such a question, she could come out and just, be a serious contender. But with all the time off, it also is quite plausible that, she's not ready for this level of competition yet. So I think she's really tough to handicap. What do you guys think?
I hate her in humidity. And looking at her performance against Pliskova last week, she won the first set and was in relative control of that match, and then faded in identical conditions to what we're going to see over the next fortnight. She's almost one that I'm not involved with to begin with, but if she can get to kind of that 4th round quarterfinals. Sorry, I just got a little bit excited there as Jordan Thompson was able to break back. She's one of those players that you probably want to be on in that 4th round quarterfinal range because she's been there before. She knows what it takes to win. I just have this worry about her not actually getting through this first couple of matches. It is looking like it's going to be a little bit warmer later in the week and more humid. And I've seen her wilt enough times to just not trust it. But if you can get her to that quarterfinal, a couple of night sessions coming into the final, she'll be a lot more difficult to beat, I think.
You know what?
It looks like Snice agrees.
That's her MO, right? Is if she gets out of the first week, she almost certainly makes the semis or finals. But that's the problem. Is a lot of times she has trouble in those first weeks. Snies, I agree with. He spelt Pegula as Bouzkaova, which is really
that was weird.
odd.
I don't know where that spelling came from.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know Pegula was spelled Buzkova now, but forgive him. He's Swedish. Perhaps that's how they spell Pegula in Swedish.
That's true. They move fast. It's a fast thing down there. I did want to ask you guys, there seems to be another Australianism in here. King Kyrgios refers to Sloane as an outsider. Like
underdog,
some sort of club? Is there some sort of club that she doesn't belong to? Or is this like that book that I was forced to read when I was a kid about a bunch of kids that leave a town or something?
It's not a
I
bad
don't
book.
know. Can you explain outsider to us? Resident
Out-
Australian.
Outsider equals underdog.
Underdog. That makes it sound like a bigger deal. Like you're not
Yeah.
just supposed to lose. You're like an outcast. You're an outsider.
Oh, we're
Yeah.
very dramatic down here.
Is that
I
what it
do.
is?
I also love the some of the
Everything's bigger in
colloquialism.
Australia.
Let's
Like whenever,
also go to 3 a.m. here.
Whenever you read an article from Steve, always look out for the odds on offer. I always love reading that sentence, and it's just not part of the vocabulary here in North America for betting. And it's just one of my favorite. It's one of my favorite Aussieisms. I just don't like the odds on offer. It's a very nice language to read, and it's the same language, but it's I'm sure I'm going to call it a different dialect, frankly. Aussie English to North American English has to be some sort of like slight dialect difference. It's always fun. I love those Aussieisms.
Now, something I don't love is Jordan Thompson serving now at love 30. But as someone who's on the minus 3.5 games, to go into that fourth set just needing him to win it in some capacity, I do feel a little better about than had Travaglia served out that set at 6-3. So we'll see what unfolds there. Pliskova, I think since we talked about her being down for 15-40, has barely lost a point and is now up 6-4-2 love, 15 love.
Yeah, she is cruising. Come on, Jasmine. I need 5 games out of Miss Paolini here at least. Pretty please. I take 6.
I'd take 6. How about 7? Just really
7.
go for it. Just
Would
get
love
greedy.
7. Love 7. We could do 6
Oh,
now,
man.
7th on the third one. Who knows? But it's tough. I mean, I'm gonna have to go back and watch that. I refuse to actually watch live Caroline Garcia matches
Yeah,
when
and I
other
would
stuff is going on. So maybe I'll go back and watch that and see if she's playing well. I'll pull up some of the stats here and see what it looks like. But
Why am I watching Chorich and Andahar when Denis Shapovalov is on? Like, what am I doing?
I don't know. What are you doing?
I don't
You're
know.
not watching the Night Train?
Oh, good Lord. Oh, gosh. Oh, don't even freaking get me started on his rap. Stick to tennis, bro. You cannot rap.
Hey, Steve, how many double faults does Caroline Garcia have?
Well, let me just have a look at what Flash Score is saying, but I've been told by King Kyrgios that they may not be accurate.
Oh, that's disappointing.
Is it Paolini and Garcia? So Thompson just dropped the second set there. 5 double faults for Paolini, 0 for Garcia.
Oh, that's weird, huh? 0. Wonder if that's sustainable.
You just want to be a 0, didn't you?
That was tongue-in-cheek, right?
I'm digging deep here for the reverse jinxes, folks. You got to try everything that you have in your bag.
Throw everything at it. Leave nothing on the court.
Wow. I hope somebody hits Sasnovich live. She is just rolling over Di Lorenzo now. She has break point. Looks like we're going to get at least a breadstick, if not a bagel here.
You know how Snies and the guys
serving for the
over
bagel.
at Run Pure Bets and the Sports Keg, which I think are affiliated, they keep track of what they suggest on stream. Can we start doing that and just flat stake everything we say Sasnovich is probably worth a little bit here? Because like I feel like a lot of our live discussion goes well, but like we never actually say I'm betting it, bet it. Everyone go do it right now. Like be forceful with those suggestions. Of course, as soon as we start being more forceful in language and keeping track, they're all going to lose. But you know,
we've been good so far. We had Sasnovich and you gave out Gerasimov, so maybe we'll get our intern on that.
And they have they run the bets along the bottom of the screen too for anyone new that's tuning in. I also like whenever I tune in there, they have the bets and results from already on the live stream along the bottom, which is pretty cool.
That'll be good. I think the listeners enjoyed the production meeting there, so we'll work on that for next time.
Now, also that said, go watch Spread and his co-streamers over there as well when they do it for North American sports. I always enjoy watching them.
Are you guys doing a marathon today, Spread?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I know for sure we're on Thursday. I'm not sure if we're on tonight. So
Steve's getting cheeky with the banner.
Am I doing it right?
I like it. I just saw that.
I love it. I love it. We've got Grand Slam tennis. The energy levels are, well, they're opposite. I guess they're increasing for us, probably decreasing for Steve.
Well,
But,
I was going to say, Steve, what wind are you on at this point? Are we like second wind, third wind? Where are you in kind of like the waves of trying to stay up? Are you now like gaining energy? Because I mean, the sun is going to be coming up again shortly, I think.
I'm now into my 21st hour.
Oh.
So we will see how this all unfolds. Yeah.
Federico Coria, by the way, 4-love, 2 sets down and love 4 down in the third, has decided that he might want to win this match after all, and is back on serve at 4-all, serving 30 love up. I don't have eyes on it. I don't have a stream available to me. I'd like to know, is Jung potentially hurt there? To be 2 sets, 4 love up and not win in straights would be an interesting result.
Something that put me off that match a little bit was, wondering how the best of 5 would play out for Jung. I just wasn't sure. I mean, it's hard to tell without a camera on it as to what's going on there, but that looked like it was commanding position, and now, Coria is just hanging around.
Has Coria played at all since before the stoppage? I know that Jung had. Maybe that played impact. Coria lost routinely to Montero here last week, but that's his only match since unless they played Exos we don't know about. Those are their only matches. So that's an interesting turn of events. I'm surprised that it flipped so quickly like that. Thompson update, he dropped that third set. And is there a heat rule? Because they haven't had a point in a while, so I'm wondering if there's a 10-minute break after the third set here.
There should be. It's not that hot.
No,
but it's not hot.
Look, it could be a toilet break. It's a long way away from sometimes it's a long way for them to get to the toilet and back. A lot of the instances, but I doubt there should be any issues there. It's probably a tactical toilet break more than anything. Sasnovich takes that third set 6-love, so quite a comfortable little response after saving a match.
Is that typical Sasnovich right there? Struggle the whole match and then win the third set 6-love.
Didn't generate a break point for like a set and a half, and then wins a third with a bag. Start dish out a bagel, I'm
trying to think. Let me pull her up, but her matches are littered with stuff like this. 3-setters where it's possible it could have gone under, or you have like a 7-5, 7-6 sandwich with like a bagel around it or something.
Now, another match that a couple of us are involved in is underway just at the bottom of the screen. We've got Cabrera and Kovanic at 1-all there in the first set, so they're off and racing just to add into the equation for the next little period of time.
Yeah, and see, there's King Kira has mentioned they're 22 games in there. Can't blame that for I don't know if he's talking about Thompson or the Jung collapse, but that's why I wonder, is it injury? Like, I can't see fitness being like, you're fine, and then all of a sudden, bam, you hit a wall so abruptly you lose 5 straight. I can't see fitness in the Jung match being responsible for this. I feel like either it's a complete mental collapse and choke, or it's some sort of injury that he's picked up. I wonder if...
As someone who's been on Jung a number of times where he's served at 40-15, serving for the match and gone on to lose, things can tighten up for him. Okay. Again, without seeing it, just from past experience watching him, things can start to break down a little bit on the forehand side in particular. It'll be interesting to see this service game now, if he's gone from 4-love to 4-5, how he's going to handle this situation coming up.
Davidovich Fokina, by the way, has come from a set down to level up, and then a breakdown in the third to he just swept back against Novak. I think he went from 1-3 down to 5-3 up. Did he go 6-3 that set? He did. Yeah. So I think he won 5 straight. That's a lot of momentum heading into the fourth set. You talked about tactical toilet breaks. I wonder if we're about to see one here from Denis Novak, because that is a tough little stretch to go through from 3-1 up. Mm-hmm. Now you got to win 2 consecutive sets just to get out of the match instead of having 1 set to close it out. No toilet break. They're back playing right now, 15-love to Novak. So that's an interesting turn of events.
Pliskova now has a chance to.
Ooh, you go.
I was gonna say, Pliskova now has a chance to hit the under The total on that match was 17. It's 6-4. She is about to close out 5-0, so it'll be 6-4, 5-0. If she can break here or hold on the next, if she can win one of the next 2 games, you're going to win your under 17.5.
Good
Pliskova
gracious.
Kalinina. Congratulations.
That is a miracle cover. Do you remember the match, the qualifying in Cincinnati, where I took Dasha, not thinking that she was going to have that injury, the shoulder injury from Palermo? She was getting worked on right here on her right arm. So her serving was worse than normal, which, I mean, is saying a lot.
That's not good.
Yeah.
That's not good.
So she split sets, and I'm on like minus 4.5 games, and I'm just livid because it was an absolute. Who was it? It was a trash player too, or at least a trash clay quarter or hard quarter. So I'm sitting here, and I'm in a chat, and it's just all caps, and it's like
Bondarenko.
It was against Bondarenko. It was against one of my favorite fades. 7-6, 4-6. She literally has to bagel her in the third set to win, to cover. And it gets to like 2-love. I'm like, okay, whatever. 3-love, 4-love, and I'm like, no freaking way. I'm like, noobs. I think Fred was sleeping her out. And I'm in all caps, and I'm like, she has a chance. And then when it closed, it was just like a massive stream of nothing but all caps letters, just not spelling anything out. This would be one of those for anyone who's on Pliskova under right now. This would be one of those situations.
King Kyrgios predicting the Yastremska for Young here.
Wow.
Speaking of Dasha, did anyone take Kostayuk today?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Thompson has a chance to get that early break in the fourth, so he's looked like he's recovering. But man, DFS wise, that's tough not to win both of those in straight sets. They look so good.
What are the live odds on that Jung versus Correa match?
8-1 for Correa, $9. If there's an injury, although I'd have to look at I want it at a retirement book, right? Let me see at Pinnacle. They haven't pulled it down, but they're only at $6.63. So you can see that Bet365 is willing to give you over $2 more because they know that if you bet with them and Jung is hurt and he retires, they get to void it. So
do they still do that thing where he wouldn't get paid if he retires?
I think it's dependent on the circumstance. And if you pick up the injury in match, which it appears would have been the case here, I think they'd still pay him. Remember, there's a board that reviews it. It's not a set rule. They review it case by case and have a hearing with the players.
That's probably the smart way to do it.
Yeah, I think the last time they hit somebody for that, it wasn't even an injury. They just hit him for not trying. Generally, it was somebody in the men's side, like they just no-showed for 3 sets and they didn't pay him.
Was their name Panini or Kyrgios?
I think it might have been a Frenchman.
Tomic.
I mean, it was Tomic. It might have been Tomic. There you go.
There you go.
He would be the one.
That's what it was. Yeah.
The first tournament that it was brought in for, I think Misha Zverev copped it as well.
Yeah.
I think.
Yep.
Sick.
There we go. Here we go. Pliskova 3 breaks for the second set bagel. That's right, folks. You're gonna cash your spread. You're gonna cash your under. Women's tennis is the best.
So Shapovalov's on TV right now. What do you guys think his ceiling for this tournament is? I mean, he's another player that the inconsistency bug has striked quite often.
Yeah, man. This is a great chance for a Shapovalov to go on a run. I think he made the fourth round here when he lost to Carreño Busta in agonizing 7-6, 7-6, 7-6 fashion. His real breakout slam. He's playing well today too. I think Korda is actually playing extremely high level. I would look into live betting Shapovalov handicaps if you could, because Korda is not going to be able to serve and play like this for a best of 5 format. But I think this is a good chance for Shapo to go really, really deep. Now, I say that without having the draw in front of me, so that's obviously irresponsible. But I think his game can take him far in a relatively weak field. Like, he could beat Zverev right now. Like, Zverev just didn't look great in Cincinnati. I wouldn't put it past him to be a Tsitsipas. That's a match that would see a lot of tie breaks, and it's whoever performs better in those high variance situations. Who else? Who are the top players here? Like, Novak is obviously the favorite, and then Zverev and Thiem. And Thiem looked awful, despite having played a ton of exhibitions on a ton of different surfaces. He looked awful in his first match back against Krajinovic.
Congratulations for King Kyrgios. He nails the Yastremska by Young there. Looks like he's off court.
Yeah, and Bet365, as he mentioned, has dropped it to $5.50. So there looks to be either tactical Yastremska or there is an issue. But he said he didn't look hurt, so maybe it's a tactical thing to reset mentally. Who knows?
The $6.40 for Coria might be with a nibble. I think that's there at Betfair at the moment. We're just having a look at Shapovalov draw. Yeah, it's not too bad. The first seeded coming up against is Griff. So it's Kwon or Kwiatkowski in the second round. It's not too bad at the start, but I just have question marks over him the deeper we go into the tournament. Speaking of question marks, Jordan Thompson was unable to. He had double break point there to start the fourth set and couldn't convert again, so Travaglia escapes to push ahead in the fourth set. Diego Schwartzman's now down a double break in the third set against Cam Murray. And what else have we got going on here? Garcia is up a set and a break, but serving at 30-40, and a bit of a Bayu and Kovanic Cabrera both on serve as Jordan Thompson finds his way into another 15-30 hole.
Paolini converts the third break point. Back on serve in the second.
That's big. That's big. If she gets a hold here, if we could at least let Cabrera to pick up a break against Danko Kovanic, who's not exactly a world beater on serve on hard courts, be pretty nice. I'm not going to lie.
That would be nice. Someone on the plus 2.5, that would be very nice.
Gerasimov with the break in the fourth set. Looks like he's got a chance to close out.
Yeah.
And Tomo could not pick up the break. How many times has Thompson lost a return game from love 40 or 15-40 up? His break point conversion rate is sitting at what? 33%. Yeah, it's not an inspiring number. Now, I can't. You also have to realize that Travaglia, if he's hitting an extraordinary number of first serves on those points, he's an awfully tough guy to return. That's probably the one thing that keeps him in matches on hard courts is that first serve. But unless he's got an extremely high first serve percentage, where he's winning 86% behind that serve today, unless he's just serve botting on break points, that is not an inspiring number from Jordan Thompson.
And another blink and you miss it moment. Dennis Novak up 3-love on the fourth set after about 4 minutes.
Just saw that too. What a momentum! See that? Davidovich Fokina wins 5 straight to close the set out, then drops 3 straight to open the next. He has that WTA mentality string to him, where that's an inexplicable drop off after having all the momentum. You're two sets to 1 up. You've won 5 games straight, and then just completely drop 3 straight to start the next set. So here comes Jung. It looks like it might have been a tactical. Yastremska has a break point against Coria to open the fourth set, which would be really frustrating if he wins it in 4 and I don't get the 3-0 bonus. Because that's what he plays for, right? He's playing for my DFS team.
That's the only thing.
That's why
the only motivation.
That's right? Why they're all here. They don't care about the U.S. Open trophy. They just want to win our bets. They want to win our DFS.
Right.
He's sitting there. He's sitting there right now, going, "I can't let Jorge down."
Oh, a terrible approach from Shapovalov here. That's one thing the kid needs to work on is his net game. He gets in about a foot away from the net when he comes into volley. Is this not the first thing you learn about volleying? Is you want to be far enough back that you're not just like the easiest person in the world to pass. Like you give yourself some reaction time and some court coverage. Like how is this a professional thing where you don't know where to stand when you come into the net?
Well,
you learned this?
You don't have to give your opinion on those matters. We're going to have to go to Fred. So what would you do in this instance?
Well, in my illustrious junior career where I made it out of the first round of the little USPA tournaments a couple times.
Steady on Serena.
Cheeky. I like it. You see Nori there.
That is part of my dislike of Schwartzman at big minus handicaps on hardcore.
Oh.
Just throw in a really average set. Looks like another 15-30 goes begging here for Thompson. So Travaglia back to 30 all there. And Kovanic digs out of a 15-30 hole against Cabrera to have a game point.
Come on, man. Come on, Lizette.
Paolini survives the break point. We're
Like, if I could get
it's going to be a
Gerasimov
very
and
gritty consolidation.
And there you go. Jung blew his break point. It looks like no one wants to take advantage of good return situations or just some really good serving under pressure. Who knows? I've only got 4 courts available to me, so good day.
Probably depends what tickets you're holding.
Yeah.
Cabrera had a great chance to break here and just flubbed a couple to go from 15-30 to 40-30 here. But overall, keeping my eyes on this match, I do like the Cabrera side. She seems to be holding a little easier and pressuring Kovanic a little more.
Another break point opportunity for Thompson.
I saw a nice interview with Chapo. Not interview, those stupid little rapid fire questions. And one of them was, "What's your favorite shot to hit?" And you know what he said? The one-handed jumping backhand.
Try volley?
Said, oh.
Yeah.
And I said, "Are you kidding? Like, that is his worst shot. When it lands in the court, it's a winner and it's aesthetically beautiful." And I've said how many times over the last year and a half that as beautiful as it can be, it lands at a 20% clip, and in the long run, it is a losing proposition for him, and his coaches have to eradicate it from his game. And so, of course, we're years into his career now, and what is his still favorite shot? That stupid freaking jumping backhand.
Do you want to know why? It looks good on Instagram.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's flashy. Like, when it hits,
That's not a day train
beautiful.
shot. That's a night train shot.
Oh boy, get out. And
Don't
here
you
goes
stop,
Cabrera to
Fred.
love
Don't you
30.
stop for 1 second. I might turn on Night Train in the background.
Yeah. And then I'll counter with the little Yastremska action there with her beautiful album that she dropped.
Yeah, him and Diana should.
That would be amazing. I would go to that concert. I'm going. That would be amazing.
Not allowed. We're not allowed to go to concerts.
Well,
Sorry.
when we're allowed.
Another break point goes begging for Jordan Thompson. It looks like Correa is into 266 at Betfair now, 256s. It looks like Kira said the trainer might be coming out for Zhang.
5.0 if you can get it before the trainer gets there at Bet365 still. Now, again, they have less exposure because of their rules on retirements. But let's see if Thompson can convert his third. What is he on break points now? Oh, down to 29%. Excellent.
And
Excellent.
Cabrera, after having 15-30 on the Kovanic serve, was unable to convert there. It is now staring down triple break point.
Yeah, and if you're watching, she just it was right after I complimented her. A slew of unforced errors here.
This is what I'm going to rage at. Like, if Danko Kovanic beats Lizette Cabrera on a hard court, when books make that irresponsible of a price and don't get punished, it's something that, like, not just flummoxes me, but, like, aggravates me. You can you don't deserve to get away with that.
So how does it make you feel that Vinny bet that price?
Don't even. I love Vinny. That's all I'm going to say.
Jordan Thompson broke.
Yeah, I saw that. That was nice.
Oh my gosh! And Cabrera's got 3 break points now, all on eminently hittable shots. Kovanic is treating this like a clay match and just getting the ball back in play and waiting for opponents to make mistakes.
Come on,
and that was the only danger of this. But again, it doesn't justify nearly $2.40. It justifies maybe like $1.75, $1.80 when you factor in the fact that she can be a bit erratic. It's just still an irresponsible price, and like it just frustrates the hell out of me that that it's for now it's playing out in Kovanic's favor. Just wrong. It was just wrong.
So what would you want for a live price right now on Cabrera? I'm still waiting.
Well, I'm not going
to take she's plus 175.
Yeah, I mean, I got her plus 140 essentially, plus 137 pre-match. I've got plus 200 at Bet365. I'm not going to be like 175 or 200. I mean, that's to be down a break when I've already got what I've got. Now. Like, there's no point adding to the exposure I've got there. It's not worth it.
Yeah, and especially watching this performance here because, I mean, Kovanic could be almost any WTA player right now. She's basically just hitting the ball back and then Cabrera beat herself. Cabrera seems a little bit flustered. we're seeing some variance on her ball toss on a couple of the first serve misses. Toss seems short, which to me means that she's a little bit mentally flustered. And I'm sure after doing so well to start the match, to have that spate of errors is probably tough for her to handle right now. So down a break, let's see what she can do to come back. But boy, this match has really turned on a dime since I complimented her.
Yeah, thanks for that. Not quite a kitty.
I'm sure that here in California, I can affect these events in New York quite easily.
Did you buy a cat last night and name it Lizette?
No.
Because I'm coming for you if you did. But by the way, Coric, as expected, that 7-5 close set that he probably should have lost. After that, 6-3 looks like 6-1 or 6-2. Looks like a potential 6-1 set here on in the third. So Coric being Borna gonna Borna. Again, we knew this was going to happen. Probably would have been a good spot to bet his handicap live after the first set, being up by 2. He probably could have got like a -7 or -7.5, and he's just rolled. So what can you do? What can you do? All right.
So Jung is currently undertaking a medical timeout. Novak 3-1 up in his quest for the 5th set. Schwartzman was able to hold to start the 4th set after a little lapse there in the 3rd. And we were talking, I think, before with Mike about Mannarino and Sonego. Mannarino looks like he has a couple of break point chances here in the first game to get things off to a good start there. I think we are currently at 9 points in a row for Kavanich.
Yeah, so, that's lovely. Just wonderful. My gosh. Yeah, well, she went from 15-30 to, that was 3 straight, and then 4 is 7, and now she's got 2 more, so 9, yeah. 9 consecutive points. Boy, let's see if Lizette can go right for the full set to end the set losing, I don't know how many it would be. It would be a lot, though. 11, 15 points consecutive.
Have some faith.
We're in point 19 here of Paolini Garcia, game 5 of the second set.
I was going to say, is it raining over there? Is it just like 1 quart of rain where they paused at 2-2 deuce?
Nope, just back and forth. Paolini advantage, back to deuce. Paolini advantage, back to deuce. Luckily, that's the way it's going. Garcia's missed 2 break points so far. We'll see if Paolini can close this out. I'm hoping this was one of those situations where she consolidates and then breaks right back. Of course, Garcia now with her 3rd break point. Let's see if she closes it out. I imagine if Garcia breaks here, this is going to be like a 6-3, 6-2 kind of thing. I imagine it gets ugly quick after this.
Nice to see Jordan Thompson consolidate his break there for 3-1 in the 3rd.
Got to consolidate or else it doesn't count.
Correct.
Especially on the WTA. Isn't a consolidation on the WTA just like the biggest exhale moment ever? Like, it feels so good.
And Garcia breaks. God damn it. That was a bummer. All right. Oh, well. Hopefully Jasmine's a lot tougher than I think she is.
And they've thrown Kvitova up on my ESPN screen right now. She's up 5-3, 15 love against Begu. So not a lot of surprises there. And serve looks pretty good.
Does Tomo cover 3? Oh, yeah, he covers 3.5, even with a 6-4 here, right? Yeah, he'll be at 5. Okay. So all we have to do is just hold out, Mr. Thompson.
What could go wrong? What could go wrong live on screen?
We just need 3 holds, man. Come on, Lizette. Okay. The first stage of the comeback is on. She's won a point. That was step number 1.
That's how you start.
Okay, win a point. Now win this one and then break her back from when she was well ahead and just break her spirit on top of that. Bonus points. Bonus points.
Slightly ambitious, but let's roll with it. Looking at the live odds, it looks like so Jung started again, so Corey is kind of drifted out again. So looking at Betfair at the moment, $3.65, so plus 265 there, which is interesting considering the medical timeout and the flow of the game over the 25, 30 minutes before that medical timeout as well. So it'll be interesting to see if he can get a hold here and try and get things back onto level pegging in this fourth set.
Boy, this match is reminding me. I'm watching Shapo here and just watching him play with that backhand. It's such a reminder of how incredibly hot and cold his game is. It's incredible to watch him in regular. They're both standing center of the court rallies, almost hitting to each other, and he's just sailing backhands 3 feet long, or they're popping up, hitting the frame of his racket. He's not even squaring them up properly. It's got to be the most volatile shot in men's tennis. That Denis Shapovalov one-handed backhand. It is so inconsistent, and he can't win a slam like this. And I wonder what is going on with his coaching. Another parent, well, not a coach, but she's on the team, by the way, involved in the coaching team. But how has this not changed? How is, number one, you're not trying to not only get rid of the mentality of that jumping backhand, but it almost seems like they've encouraged it, making it his favorite shot to hit. Like, it's just astounding to me to watch and think, like, where is the coaching direction with this kid? Because his game never changes. He either redlines and wins, or he loses from a setup because his game goes off, or he's just dominated by someone that's half consistent, or better. Like, returners can just eat him alive.
Now, I know 3 minutes ago I said that Courier was plus 265 or $3.65. He's now into $1.33. So something's going on.
Are you watching the right odds here? Because I've got Jung at $1.30 at Bet365 and Courier at $3.50.
Betfair Exchange has Courier at $1.52.
Oh, so the market there is heavily involved relative to other places.
Yeah. So
this is an incredible
$1.60 dropping the first point of this service game, but is clear favorite.
Yeah, Jorge, I'm seeing your odds, but they're crossed off right now. I can't get them. I'm looking at Bovada.
Yeah, mine just got crossed off as well. Gerasimov match point. Odds off the board. Can we get a big first serve? Yes. Okay, we've got one of the big plays for an underdog across the line. So at least we're not losing both Gerasimov and Cabrera today. Not happy. I'd rather win them both. I don't bet them to lose or to go 1-1. But the first one is in. You can breathe a little easier. And now go over to Lizette and say, you're back to deuce. You've saved several game points. Now break her and her spirits with her.
It'd be
very nice.
At least a break point opportunity here. She's saved, 5 game points, I think. So we'll see if she can earn herself a break point opportunity.
She's earned it. She's earned it. Tennis gods, reward her perseverance on return in big points, please.
What are you guys seeing now on Courier? Because I've got $1.11.
OTB.
Still OTB. It's down to plus 175 for me. It was plus 250, but again, off the board. So I'm not sure why.
Yeah, Pinnacle. They all have. No, exchanges obviously leave them up because you're betting against each other and they don't really care. Betfair, they're going to make a commission either way. So you'll get that exchange price that stays up, but all the bookmakers I use have all pulled him off the board. A retirement, I mean, I don't have bets on all the -1.5 sets. A retirement here would actually void that. And it's a personal play. It wasn't one I sent out because it wasn't 1.65, it was 1.55. So yeah, that was not something I was ever sending out, but I thought that was still a nice value. And it appeared to be accurate until 6-4, 6-2, 4 love. Apparently not a position you want to be in.
Cabrera had a break point that has gone begging, and we're back to juice.
No.
I would say
Paolini
these
as
first
well.
rounds are a lot more interesting than usual. Like, for example, normally I don't think Kvitova Begu would even go on my radar as a match that I needed to watch or check out.
Yeah.
But just because we haven't seen her for a while, I'm definitely a lot more interested in this match. Kerber the same way. So I think that's one interesting aspect of this Grand Slam that's a little different, where normally a lot of the big favorites I just cross off my viewing list as I'm trying to figure out, what matches I'm going to watch, because we don't have time to see everything. But we kind of do have to keep our eye on the big seeds now because we don't really have an idea of their form.
Okay. That's odd. Sorry, I just got to take care of one thing real quick here.
Paolini. Just trying to hang on. Nice start here to Friedz of Dolhide. Only 3 games.
What's going on there?
Only 3 games in, but perfect so far.
Yeah. Oh, that
Come on,
perfect.
Jasmine. Come on, Jasmine. Do it for me. I did knock on wood. It's important, folks. See, one of the few superstitions I believe in.
Cam
King
Norrie, by
Curious.
the way, from 2 sets down on Schwartzman. Is JY Poker handing around the chat? Because I want him to hear this. Has all of a sudden gone up a break in the 4th and really started to make this interesting. So, yeah. I figured this would be closer than the odds suggested. I thought Norrie was a little long. I wasn't going to oppose Schwartzman in the first round of best of 5, though, with Cam. And we almost bet straight up on it against each other, but he wouldn't give me the proper correlating odds. So he got away with it. I hope that Norrie comes back and wins, just so, you know, I can laugh at him for that. Looks like Schwartzman might potentially break back to 15-30, so I spoke really too soon there.
Cabrera, 3 drive volleys in a row, Jorge. Go
No!
back.
No! Stop it!
She
You're earning
landed
break
them
points.
all.
Are you telling me that she is earning break points and on break point drive volleying?
It's all right. She's got
It
another
wasn't
one.
a break point. It was to save a game point. I'm a little behind. I'm at 10:20 into the game now. Deuce at 4-3. But boy, 3 drive volleys in a row. I was sitting here thinking one of these has to go wrong. She nails
them all?
3 in a row. Yeah.
Well, it shows you how smart I am. I'm pretty stupid then, aren't I? If she converts a break point into drive volley, I might have to remove that from my profile for like 15 minutes.
All right.
Not forever. Not even for a day. For like 15 minutes, I might remove it from it.
Wow, and then Donka just gives us the double fault to give Cabrera a second break point there. And another toss issue. That was definitely a little short. So, but it doesn't seem to be windy at all. From what have you guys seen any wind? This seems to be nerves. What I'm seeing.
I haven't seen any wind.
Yeah. So I mean,
outrageous.
when I see these poor tosses, I think that it's nerves for both these players here. Obviously, trying to take advantage of the opportunity in the weekend field.
Big shout out to Snies, by the way, who I believe has started off 5-0 on the day.
Has he?
Yeah, I think I've had a nice start myself, other than Badosa, but I'm not 5-0. So we were consensus on Egor Gerasimov. So I was a little worried when I saw a very respected handicapper on the other side of it. I wasn't so worried when I saw Snies on my side. I was like, okay, someone else is with me that I know is really good on men's tennis, so we're okay.
So we've got, after making the comment before about Courier being about $6.40, now into $1.05, up 4-1 in the 4th set. Thompson had a break point there to go up 5-2 and let that slip. What have we got? Anderson and Dereva underway, and Kovanic is now serving at her advantage at 4-3 in the first set after a long service game. And Paolini is struggling, Nukes.
Yeah, she had a chance. She had a couple break points and another long game there on Garcia serve and just couldn't convert any of those break points. And we're 30-30 here. It's, kind of up. Here we go. Another break point for Garcia. This is what I was worried about. Once this gets out of hand, I think that we're looking at 6-2 Garcia. So hopefully I'm wrong and Jasmine pulls something out here, but I'm thinking that Garcia will get this break point, hold serve, and 6-3, 6-2. Another chance to fade with Caro in round 2.
Does anyone have eyes on what on earth is going on with Schwartzman right now?
I saw there was a couple of comments that he was genuinely really struggling and his backhand was breaking down on Twitter. I don't know if it's a fitness thing or what's going on there, but it's certainly a rapid drop-off as he's now 1-3 love 40 in the 4th set.
Yeah. And you know what? We're going 5 sets. You know what? I don't expect any less from Davidovich Fokina. $2.66. You give me a 5-setter. Can I complain? I don't think I can complain with getting 5 sets out of a $2.66 underdog. It's as close as I anticipated it to be. I knew he was going to go on runs of hot play and cold play. Not the band, just streaky.
There's the Garcia break. It's all over.
The straw
It
that
happened
broke
so
the camel's
fast.
back.
It all happened so fast.
Oh, Chapo's got a nice little window here to potentially take the set up 15-30 on Corda.
Gonna have to flip over to Friedsam. She's up a double break on Dullhide. That's interesting.
Oh my gosh,
have an over
Cabrera,
there.
please take one of these. How many break points is this? Oh, Donka perfect on break points. Lizette over, and I think she's had more break points. Although I hate the 1-for-1 stat with Donka because she set up 3. You know, those are a little bit deceiving.
This is the third opportunity for Cabrera.
This is what, the third or fourth?
Third.
Third, okay. Yeah.
All right, gentlemen, I have to drop off to take care of some other stuff. So are we going to be back tomorrow? I mentioned we'll talk about that off air, but any other questions for me before I jump off? I'm sure you guys will keep going.
We'll keep rolling on for a little bit if people want us to.
They seem to be in there. At least King Kyrios and Snize are chatting with us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, gentlemen, have fun. I will see you later.
All right,
All right.
next.
Enjoy the rest of
Bye.
the day. I say enjoy the rest of the day when it's 3:42 a.m. I don't even know where. I don't know how. I just don't know how this fits anymore. I would really love Jordan Thompson to get this double break. That would be just exactly what I would like to kick off my first play for the tournament.
Yeah, me too. Let's just no, there it is, gone.
And it's gone.
Where are we here? He's down to 25% conversion rate on those break points. Yeah, sure. Why not? Oh boy. Someone take your freaking chances, please. And Kovinic is now on to another game point. Boy, this marathon game is just not going Lizette.
And Snize makes a great point. Whoever wins this is going to take the set. This is the whole whole set.
Yeah, it really
in
is.
one game here. And Cabrera's had her opportunities. Kovinic has given her some opportunities through double faults. But in the longer rallies, she's been able to come through. So that's been the difference so far.
Lizette Cabrera struggling with normal shots and perfect on dry volleys.
Yeah, wonderful.
Sure. That makes total sense, man. Makes absolutely perfect sense. Boy, oh boy.
And another break
Wow.
point goes big.
And actually, to get to the game point, Kovinic should have drive volley. So, I mean, this is just I'm glad you don't have this match on, Jorge. You'd be flummoxed right now.
Yeah. Not good, my friend. Not good. Okay, let's see. Gosh, I wish I should have, like, the thing is I don't want to pull streams up because then I'm going to have to, like, go away from our window, and then I've already got the TV going, and so it's just like, it'd be too much in terms of distractions, but I'd love to be watching this.
Well, I'll let you know how it's going. I got it on. Like I said, I'm a couple points behind. And another double fault.
From
Wow.
Kovinic.
I mean, yeah. So Cabrera is definitely, I mean, Kovinic
Five
is
now.
definitely giving Cabrera's some opportunities here.
Which is frustrating.
Yeah.
5 double faults now from Kovinic, and I think 3 or 4 of them have come in this game.
Yeah.
And Cabrera's hit successful drive volleys, and we can't get the break.
In positive news, Thompson breaks again for 5-2.
All right.
Chapo has his net.
Serving to win and cover pretty much any handicap that was out there for anyone. So fingers crossed he can get the job done there. As Correa takes the fourth set over Jung 6-1. That sounds like that is a very one-sided match now from a physicality standpoint.
Yeah.
Schwartzman in trouble down a double break in the fourth set there as Kovinic holds to take a 5-3 lead over Cabrera. And
Matt could have put the icing on the set there. Any extended rally, Cabrera's just coming up short, and it's really just too bad as a Cabrera backer against a player that's given her so many opportunities.
Now, personally, from my perspective, this becomes a big game for Cabrera because I'm on her plus 2.5.
Oh, yeah.
This becomes a bit more of a pressing service game here that if she can kind of get out of it at the 6-4 at worst and push with a decent second set, that, you know, we've still got a chance there of covering even in a 3-set loss. But, you know, it'll be interesting to see how she responds after that long service game and a couple of opportunities going begging.
Yeah, I think mentally that's just so huge for Kavinic here. So obviously it would be nice to see Cabrera come back, but boy, that was a tough game to lose.
This is one of those things where you look at young players and you want to tell them, like, this is why you're not taking the next step. You're playing an ITF level clay quarter.
Yeah.
If you cannot win this match, this is exactly why you have not taken that next step yet. You know,
well, she just can't win the extended rallies. Anything that goes more than 5 or 6 shots, Kavinic has a huge advantage, it seems like.
And, you know, as we mentioned to watch for Petra Kvitova, boy, does she look good to start her U.S. Open campaign. I don't think Begu was ever going to be, as Snies mentioned earlier, I don't think Begu was ever going to be the obstacle that kind of held her back in these spots. I think that will come, that challenge, potentially at a later time. Like last week with Bouzkova, she cruised to the first set, but I was actually, I followed, I think it was, Noops was on an over, I think Snies was on Bouzkova, and I had leaned towards her as well, but hadn't played her. And I decided right before the match started that $3.20, you know, Kvitova hasn't played much competitive tennis lately. Why not? Bouzkova's got the great defensive ability and redirection of pace ability to compete. And she did take her out. So on the comeback win. So I think that, you know, that is probably going to be a huge obstacle if it gets to that. I'm hoping it's Pegula who does it. But Pegula would also be a tough match there for Petra. We saw her take out several players as an underdog in Cincinnati.
Alrighty, we are a couple of points away here, maybe for Jordan Thompson. 30 love, serving at 5-2. Be good to get one on the board early.
That's exactly it. That was my Gerasimov feeling, Ace. That's exactly where I was. I know the feeling.
One, if you can hold here at 40 love, will be 1 for 1. Hey.
High five.
There we go. And we're off.
Easier said than done. Got to factor in pressure, stress, etc. I'm assuming that's about Kvitova from Mike there. Which I would, makes total sense, especially against those players who can push her. But it's Jordo. Would have liked it in 3, but now that Jung is gone, it doesn't really matter. The DFS team is semi-blown up anyway. We're looking for the other 5 to win and try and sneak into the cash, but we're not going to be winning any GPPs today. Flame emoji, bomb emoji. Was it a whale play? Did you have 147,252 units on that there, Steve?
I had 1.
Same. We're just losers that only have a unit on these, you know, Maxo super bomb whale plays, but you know.
And Cabrera lands another drive volley. That's for you, Steve, but we'll see how she does. After watching that last Kavinic service game, don't necessarily know if I'm on the right side of this, but she got a nice easy hold there, and where she could have easily folded.
What side are you on of this?
I'm on Cabrera.
Oh, okay. Well, don't say that. We're on the right side. We just may not get the win, but it's the right side, my friend. I guarantee you that.
Okay. Well, yeah. Okay.
always the right side.
I'm being results oriented this morning, and now on my ESPN TV, which is just kind of floating through the matches, they've thrown on a match that I'm actually quite interested in Kevin Anderson versus Zverev. I took the over 40.5 games here, so basically just hoping Anderson can get a set. But boy, going against Zverev early in the Grand Slams, I think that's a good side.
Yeah, I like that look too. I wanted to bet Anderson. I wanted a bit more though on the money line in 3 of 5, where he didn't look. You know, the Cincinnati upset was nice to be on, but I think you could see in that third set with that. I think he went to 3 sets with Edmund, right? I believe he started to not look as strong. So I think the 3 of 5 was something I didn't really want to get involved with on the money line unless I had near $4 or more. But Zverev, boy, does he ever have the yips on his serve in service games right now? If Anderson could take a 7-6 set, you know, you'd love to see him eke out a tiebreak where Zverev folds under pressure down, you know, 1-2 serving 2 points and throws up 2 double faults that aren't even close. That's kind of a spot that I would love to see happen. It would really help the over if an underdog could win a tiebreak.
And it looks like Kovanic here looking strong, serving for the first set here at 30 love at 5-4. Correa breaks at the start of the fifth set. So lucky, and thanks to King Curios here in the chat. Well, we save our 2,760 Correa. I might explain that a little bit later offline as to what's happened there. The Canadians up 6-4, 1-all. So that flying backhand must be working a treat.
Oh, boy. Oh.
And triple set point for Kovanic at the moment.
And can we talk
about first missed drive volley after 6 great ones had gone in? Cabrera netted one to get to 30 love.
So after, I believe, closing the third set with 5 straight games from 1-3 to 6-3, then losing the fourth set 6-1, Mr. Alejandro Davidovich Fokina has come back and won the first 3 games of the fifth set. This has to be the streakiest young player on the ATP Tour. Has to be.
I was on him. Who was he playing? It was the first round. I think it was the first round at the Australian Open, and it was a 5-setter, and I was on him at the minus like 2.5. It was against a Gombos or something. It was just an absolute roller coaster. And I was on him, and I'd had a shocker of a day, and I was at the tennis and sitting there watching his score tick over for about 4 hours in 38-degree heat. Was not a fun experience.
Yeah, it was Gombos, and he had to cover with a 6-3, 6-2 fourth and fifth set just to get the 2.5 across. I had him minus 1.5 sets and minus 2.5 games in that one. And so once he lost the third, I was like, oh, can we at least get 2 dominant sets to cash half the plays on this match? And he did. He came back and won 6-3, 6-2. So that was fun. And Kovanic has the first. Petra Kvitova just looks like she's going to cakewalk towards the cakewalk into the second round here. A point from 5-1 in the second.
And one of America's finest, Jack Sock, is now in play against Pablo Cuevas.
Did you look at an over here?
He's one of our finest now.
Well, I mean,
no.
Is he in play in doubles?
No, he got a singles wild card.
He actually is one of the best doubles players.
yeah, in the world. Yeah, no doubt about that. Him and Vashi won Wimbledon a few years back.
Yeah.
But did you look at the over here, Steve? Sock and Cuevas, knowing that they can both easily win a set, both love to hold and not probably great returners?
By the time I got to that match, I'd written about 9,000 words of previews across 48 hours preceding it. And I made an executive decision that Jack Sock matches just weren't worth my time.
Right?
I love it.
Yeah.
There was enough to talk about elsewhere. I think that it was just absolutely no desire to even delve into Jack Sock playing Cuevas on a hard court off zero tennis. Just it didn't strike me as something that was going to be worth my while. Something I did nearly consider was opposing Gilles Simon, who I think is about to take to the court, because he really faded badly against Korda last week in qualifying. But I just hadn't seen enough from Safwat in terms of his tennis over the break.
Well, King Kyrgios mentioned earlier when we had the DFS discussion that he had Safwat in that lineup to conserve some money and have some bigger priced players that's probably the exact same reasoning, right? I mean, Simone looked horrible, and I mean, if you can play one set well and then fall apart, how on earth are you going to win 3 of them when you can't even win 2 against Korda last week?
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't like 5-7, 6-7 second and third sets, right? It wasn't like he was there physically and Korda just redlined, because he did have a few redline matches last week where he played really well, but he just he what was he 6-1, 6-2 or 6-2, 6-1 those final 2 sets?
Yeah, it was very one-sided there for a long time.
Yeah, it was not impressive at all. Like, you can lose well. That was not losing well.
Now, a good start to the second set from Cabrera, holding to love.
Two nice holds. 2 nice holds here to not lose at 6-3 and to not get broken right away.
And in great news for those who took $6 plus on Korea Jung has retired down love 2 in the 5th set.
Oh wow.
Who did? Jung?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense. I should have got on at the $6.50 after the third set when Pinnacle still had him up because that cashes at Pinnacle. But a lot of 5-setters to start the day. Schwartzman Nori, that one was in the 5th set when he retired. Davidovich Fokina and Novak. So it looks like, we want those long days into the evening where some courts are in play late. Hopefully we're gonna get them here where a couple 5-setters push things into the nice. I like evening tennis. I love evening to late night tennis. And here goes Davidovich Fokina with a break point for 4-love, which, by the way, you still wouldn't even anticipate him, comfortably winning this 5th set. Knowing him, very capable of losing at 4-6.
Now, Mike's comment around Nori versus Diego, it's hard to guess who's coming through there based on not being able to see what's going on court. Let me have a little bit of a look and see what the odds are sitting at the moment. But, it's a 6-2, 6-1 can be tricky to overcome for Schwartzman unless he's conserved a hell of a lot of energy.
Yeah, I have
Nori, my favorite,
$1.80. And where do I have at I have $1.88 at Pinnacle versus $1.80 at Bet365. So I mean, I wouldn't hate a little Nori punt here. I might do it. I might go ahead and do it for like a little half unit. Why not? Give us some action during the stream. Now, Pinnacle, you can get down to max bet. Now, here's the sorry. Say that again.
You need to do something to keep me entertained at 4 a.m.
Oh man, the liquidity in this market, though, Steve. Listen to the max bet size here. Generally, they'll let you max bet heavier on really high odds or really low odds at Pinnacle. But at even odds like this, to see the max bet amount at 13,534. Man, is it nice to have Grand Slams back where the liquidity in the markets is just astounding.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see this quote now from Kiki because she came in contact with Pear that she's not allowed to do anything but sit in a room basically in between the matches? Do you think that affects her like in a negative way, like not being able to do like the normal fitness and stuff on the off day?
It's a really tricky spot for all these players because they've completely changed the rules from last week when Pear and who was the other one? Was it Delian?
Hella.
And
Delian, yeah.
Because they obviously had to come out as close contacts. Now, because there's been 11 players who have been deemed close contacts, most of them French, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Now all of a sudden they're able to sign a waiver and kind of, it's going to be the difference between her. Hang on, things have just ticked over here on the screen. Look, it means she still gets to stay in the tournament. So I guess that's a big plus for her compared to what was happening last week. It's hard to say. It depends on her conditioning and how much work she's done. I think they still have particular rights to potentially access courts, but just not in the same level as some of the other players. So I think, overall, lucky her that she's actually, getting to stay in the tournament.
She had a quote. She said, "I'm not allowed to do fitness." She said she's completely alone with her brother and her coach. It's a bubble within a bubble in between matches.
So this is the Inception bubble. So we've got the bubble within a bubble.
Yeah.
Do you think that this was because they didn't want a ton of doubles players in the draws because they don't have any alternates? Actually, they gave I listened to Mike Cashin and Noah Rubin's podcast yesterday. They did give Rubin and someone else doubles wild cards in order to make sure they had alternates that were singles quality players, I believe, for that reason. But
because there was an interesting comment and tweet from Alan Perez, the Australian player. So she made the decision to go, just as Cabrera has a break point here early in set 2. Perez made the decision to come to New York, assuming, because she was a couple out in terms of the alternate position for the singles. So she was coming to play doubles, but was assuming that, things weren't going to be managed very well and that a number of players would become close contacts and she would make the singles draw. So for her to come over to New York and get into the bubble, she actually had to bypass a main draw spot in Prague for singles and doubles to take the risk. Now they've changed the rules on her. She's not actually going to make it into the singles draw as an alternate, really, in any capacity, because they've basically jumped the queue with all of these, I think, with the wild cards and the way they've now set it up with the new form waivers being signed. So it's interesting that they've made this switch, but they also didn't really want, I would imagine, to have 11 French players having to pull out the day before a US Open in a bubble.
Right. And that's what I think it is. I think that they had this waiver and they're like, you can play, but you're going to have to isolate. You're going to have disadvantages in terms of fitness training and whatnot and practicing. But like, you'd rather have a Kiki Mladenovic who can't practice there than, you know, these random doubles alternates. You really would. And I feel bad for Ellen Perez who did this, because remember, this isn't like Prague is the 125,000 the prize pool. This is a 128 player field that the USTA has subsidized and pushed the prize money way up into the millions.
It's like $3 million. Yeah.
Right. Because this was the USTA's kind of mea culpa. This is how we're going to go ahead and reimburse players who would have been playing qualifiers with Grand Slam level kind of money. You know, I think that was really respectable. But at the same time, if you change the rules on the go like this, the players you were trying to help were the ones that get screwed over, like Ellen Perez. So it's tough. And you know what? It's a tough situation. COVID's going on. Like, this is not easy on the organizers either. Let's not pretend the organizers have a clear-cut black and white choice. They're just choosing, you know, the idiotic, irrational thing to do here. This is a tough situation for the organizers as well, right?
Oh, definitely. That's why the formation of the PTPA at this time really shocked me. Obviously, I don't follow the politics very closely, but I thought that I was completely out of left field. I didn't know that that these problems were that pervasive, that this type of decisive action needed to be made. And as you see them trying to struggle their way to get this going during the pandemic, it's interesting they would put up kind of a divisive front at this period.
I wouldn't want to be an organizer at the moment.
Yeah, no, neither would I.
You can't really win.
Now, do you think we'll see tournaments next year, as they were not able to survive without the prize money this year?
I mean, do you think the ATP is going to start stepping in to help a lot of these tournaments? Maybe, like, get the money, like with a little bit, with a few subsidies, at least for the 250s. The 500s and Masters Series should be fine. Like, Indian Wells isn't going anywhere. Miami's not going anywhere.
I'm talking about our little 280s that we love to bet on the net worth pod more than even, you know, the Grand Slams. Like, the 280s is where we seem to really clean up.
And see, that's the thing, is with these little events or smaller events, they're not little, there's still a lot of money involved.
Right.
But with these smaller events, because the prize pools are also smaller, even though there's, you know, a plethora of them relative to the bigger tournaments, I wonder if perhaps the WTA and the ATP step in if they have a shortfall in the ability to cover prize money, and say, hey, like, the ATP and WTA are flush with cash. At least the ATP is. I mean, let's get real here. Or if the Grand Slams step in to help some of these smaller tournaments, because if these tournaments disappear, it hurts the players. And you go from making a viable living being a top 100, 150 player, that cutoff becomes shorter now because there's fewer ways for them to make money. Mm-hmm. And then they start going to challenger tournaments, and the challenger guys are pushed to ITF. There's going to be a concerted effort here, I'm sure of it, to ensure that they do have the absolute maximum number of tournaments possible for just from the players' perspective, because it would be awful for the sport if more than, you know, a handful, even, or 10 disappeared from the tournament calendar in a given year.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even be surprised to see Dominic Thiem just jump in and put his own money up to make sure that he could continue to play 49 weeks a year. So,
yeah, Ellen has actually gone with a statement that she's put up on Twitter.
Yeah, I read it.
The new protocols and procedures are misleading, disrespectful, and wrong. You're sending the message you can be a close contact to a positive person and be fine to play and be around others. How can 1 week you enforce the correct, strict rules and the next week you not? You run a dangerously thin line with this. If any of those close contacts turn back an eventual positive test after having played, I hope everyone takes action upon these reckless and dangerous protocols. This isn't a game. You spend so much money on trying to ensure the safety of players to then get to a crucial moment where leadership is required and you let us down.
Is it possible to disagree with her there? I mean, I pretty much agree with what she said.
I just wish she hadn't have, minced words and told us how she felt.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, or yeah, Jorge, as a consultant, right? You definitely would have approved that statement, right?
Woo! Love it. That was fire.
Yeah, scorching.
In positive news, while we've been talking there, Cabrera was up 2-love, serving at 40-love, and got a little bit shaky back to 40-30, but was able to convert and consolidate that break for a 3-love lead in set 2.
And that was good, because when we're talking about COVID and then you said positive news, I got a little worried. So I'm glad we got a tennis update there.
Yeah. Well, it's who's playing right now is Pablo Carreño Busta. Was he not awfully short? I mean, I know Uchiyama is not terrible on hard courts, but $1.10. I mean, Carreño Busta again is not terrible either, but that seemed incredibly short.
Now, I've just had a quick look through when we were talking about Pliskova before, when she was down, 4-all, 15-40. She's ended up with a DraftKings score of 84.3.
Goodness.
Yeah, the bagel will do that for you, right?
Yeah.
Plus, she's big on DraftKings because she gets all the aces and the winners.
Mm-hmm. Impressive turnaround.
So I see Zverev's up a break on Anderson, which isn't the best news. I was hoping that Anderson would sneak out the first set, and I'd feel a lot better about my over here. PCB, they're on serve. Boy, Manarino, 6-1 first set. That's I know we favored him, right? But that's pretty impressive.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Basically taking that warning we put out that Sonego might be a little more competent than expected on hard courts, and right into the garbage can that went.
Yeah.
Jack Sock, 2-4 down. Pablo is on a roll.
I mean, Pablo Cuevas is unstoppable on hard courts. We know this.
Particularly on such a long break. Now, Diego Schwartzman and Cam Norrie, this first game is turning out to be a very important one. We're into our 15th minute, I think, of the set. So there was probably a little break there at the start. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the 7th break point opportunity for Schwartzman.
Yeah, I'm watching this. I turned off the Chapo match for a minute to come over and watch this 5th set. This is Schwartzman doesn't even look that bad anymore. I think he had 2 real terrible sets where he lost 2-6, 1-6. But this return game looks pretty freaking good. He's pouncing on Norrie's second serves. He's returning with depth. His down the line backhand looks fine, and that was the stroke that was breaking down earlier. So this it's hopefully a good sign for Diego. Norrie's not one of those. I love his service motion. Like, I know he's one of us, lefty freaks, and we all have kind of odd service motions to watch, or a lot of us have. And I don't know if Nadal's service motion is particularly annoying to watch, but his pre-serve routine sure is. And there it is. There's the break. I know it happened probably about 40 seconds ago, but
it did. But I thought I'd humor you and let you have it.
You're a better man than I.
Sometimes. Now hold now. So Cabrera serving at 3-1 in the second set.
Is she not the type of player you really want to find that double break though when you're backing her, knowing how volatile her game is? Like, you would feel so much more comfortable if she was up 4-love and then it was, she got broken and then Donka held and then she held and then Donka held and then she got broken and then she broke to get the set. You know what I mean? Like, she's one of those players you want to have that insurance double break for at any given moment.
And this was Donka's cleanest service game, I'd say, in the last 3 or 4 games. At no point was she really ever in trouble. Very comfortable serving, and nice way to basically remind her opponent she's still here and she's not going to give away the set.
That double break comment, Jorge, adds extra weight, particularly when you're on her at the plus 2.5.
Yep. Oh yeah, because the spread would really turn around too.
Yeah, really turn around.
Well, let's hope she gets the hold here. And even with a single hold this set, 6-3 is what does that give us here? You're up a game. You're up 3.5. So,
yeah.
I mean, yeah, but if she double breaks and wins this, where is this match? Goodness, I keep scrolling too much. She's up 30 love, so knock on wood here. If she holds here 4-1, get that double break 5-1 and hold for 6-1. Are you in the clear? You'd be up 5.5. You'd need one game in the third set to cash that first bet, right?
Can you please not extrapolate out a 3-1 lead to 6-1 in WTA?
I'm trying to be positive. I'm a natural cynic and pessimist, so I'm trying to change it up, be a little bit more of an optimist. You know what I mean?
Oh, I need a coffee.
So do I.
40 love.
Actually, I probably don't need one.
No, we want to have one. It's awesome.
That is. See, like this energy would not have been possible without 2 coffees before we had started.
More coffee.
Not by MOAR, more coffee. I do have to get some water here, so I'm just gonna pop off for it'll literally be 20 seconds.
No worries. I'm just taking a look at who's next to come up in terms of my play suggestions, and it looks like there's not going to be anyone for a while here. I think Kyle Edmund's up, but looking like it's going to be about 2.5 hours from now. Ymer has drifted. That was the bigger play there. I think it was 2.5 units at $5.30. So he's drifted out. So that's interesting to keep an eye on. And then on the women's side of things, I've got 1 unit on Madison Inglis at the plus 5.5 games against Magda Linette. So that looks like it'll be maybe in about an hour.
Did you write that one up, and did I just miss it? Because a lot of times your write-ups come out when I'm sleeping.
Yes, I did write that one up. That one is on the bet. Did you get the Betfair preview with 4 of them?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was the 4th one of that.
Okay. Real quick, do you want to just go over? I'm not really familiar with Inglis. Why did you choose to take the games there?
So Inglis, and look, this will carry a little bit more weight if Cabrera can get up here, because they've been playing each other and yo-yoing in the MyUTR exhibitions.
Mm-hmm.
Here, Inglis, basically, if you look through her performances over the last 12 months, she's only left Australia once, but she's dominated basically almost every tournament that she's played here. Mm-hmm. The one time she did travel was, I think, to Monterey just before the COVID suspension, and she lost to Arruabarrena quite comfortably. But I prefer her against some bigger hitters of the ball. She's one of those ones that's really good at absorbing and redirecting pace, has a fantastic backhand down the line. And I just thought that the plus 5.5 against a player like Linette, who looked really good against Zvonareva early last week, but faded dramatically. I just think this is a better matchup for Inglis. And, the plus 5.5 at just over $2 seemed a reasonable play to make here, just for the 1 unit.
Is Inglis the one that had a big win a couple years ago against Mladenovic or something? Or was that a different Aussie? I'm looking at her picture. I think it was a different Aussie. Who was that? Down under.
A couple of years ago?
Yeah.
I think that was Perez.
No, I'm thinking about, oh my gosh.
Oh, Birrell?
Kimberly Birrell. That's it.
Yeah.
She's the one I was thinking of. I always confuse Inglis and her for some reason. I don't know why. Don't ask her. It's really hard for us to scout these Aussies. And that's
the one in qualifying at the Australian Open who won a match tiebreak 19-17 and then got crushed by Bouchard the next round.
Mm.
She did have so she retired. So I think she won almost all bar one, I think, of her UTR matches. So it was something like a 10-1 run. But she retired from her last one about 10 days ago, but she was up 6-2, 1-2 at the time, and it looked like it was more of a precautionary type.
Which one? I don't see that on here. I see her beating Baines against 10-3 in the third set in the match tiebreak.
She was against Gadecki.
Gadecki. Oh, they don't have it listed on Explorer here. That's odd. You know who was her one loss to?
Is it Cabrera?
Yeah, it was Cabrera.
Yeah. That's the same. They yo-yoed and played a couple of really good matches against each other that were, there were a couple of really fascinating moments. And that's why these two have played competitive. They've played some pretty high level tennis albeit at that exhibition level. They were playing, they're both playing quite well. So, look, if Cabrera can find a way to make a little bit of a run here, it'll probably even improve my confidence a bit on that Inglis play at the plus 5.5.
Right. I mean, if they're playing like, there you go. Don't look now.
I'm not.
Look now. But we have it's an interesting situation because for me, it's so hard to evaluate the quality of those Aussie wins because it's so hard for us to evaluate those Aussies. They're playing usually overnight, like Dane Kelly. I have no handicap on a guy like Dane Kelly. I just think he sucks, but I don't know why. I don't know what his strengths and weaknesses are. It's one of those things where King Kyrgios has these guys absolutely pegged on a scouting report. I just have no idea what's going on with any of them because we just don't see them. They love, and the thing about the Aussies, because the Tennis Australia is there and the amount of money they have for having Grand Slams, is they have ITFs and challengers all the time down there, so they never have to leave the country. So they like rarely have to leave the country, and they can stay on their hard courts and they can stay at home. And Tennis Australia has ITFs and challengers out the wazoo for them. Like, so we don't really get to see them in our time zone that much, or against the players we're familiar with from the rest of the world.
The advantage with those MyUTRs, if you can track down the date that they played, the live streams are all up on YouTube still, so you can go back through on the MyUTR Tennis Australia channel. They've just got like the 10-hour court streams. So if there's any particular match or moment you want to go back to, you can work your way through.
Okay.
Through the times there as Cabrera breaks for 5-1.
Yeah, that's why I said it was 15:40. I was like, oh, maybe that double break after. Oh, look at this, Korda, double break point. I had someone ask me in a group chat if I thought that he could win a set, and I said it's got to be the first where he's redlining. It's not going to happen. Whoa, I'm not right. I was not right. Chapo saves the first. There you go.
An interesting thing about the Cabrera match is she's able to do this. She's at less than 50% on her first serve right now. I mean, if she can even just get that up to 60, it would bode so well for the third set here.
If she could get it to 60 overall, she'd be serving at like 75% in the third set.
Yeah, I'm just saying, if she just gets it up, like, third set, she's at 60% for the set.
For the set. Sorry, yes. Okay.
I would feel so much better about her chances.
Here we go. Alexander Zverev serving for the first set against Kevin Anderson. Finds himself down love 15. Wonder if he has Andy Murray flashbacks to the other day.
Oh my God. Oh, I was trying not to swear on the stream. I was trying to keep this, as much as we could, but I just muttered one under my breath there. That was, watching that match, that was incredible.
So Kevin Anderson has a small towel tucked into the back of his shorts. Fun fact.
Do you think that's so he can avoid having to go over and pick up his towel after every single point since there's no towel kids anymore?
Looks that way. But he's also got tape through his patella and down through his knee. So not a great sign for Kevin.
Problem is, if that towel drops out during a point, it's a let for the first time, I believe. Then after that, it's a point penalty, is it not? Wouldn't it be the same as a ball dropping out of your pockets when you're a server? If it's not secured in there, it's a let the first time, and the next time it's you lose the point.
Look, he might have it stapled in. Who knows?
That's actually not the worst idea, especially in a Grand Slam where a point in a match like this, it's meaningful. Well, Lizette 2 points away. She goes 15 love to 15-30, gets back to 30. Oh, come on. This is a big game for you, right? Because 6-1 versus 6-3 is she only needs a game in the third. So
there's a couple of interesting little starts here. So Carreño Busta's down 3-5 to Uchiyama.
I knew that looked long, man. I knew that looked long, Steve.
Norrie's back to 1-1 in the fifth with Schwartzman. Well,
that's interesting.
That set has dragged on. We're at 1-1, 15 love, and they've been going 26 minutes. Tomic lost to Niemanen in 26 minutes, didn't he? They've played 2 games.
Oh my gosh. There it is. Korda got the break, by the way. So
Korda got the break. Zverev's gone from 30-15 to 30-40. And Cabrera is now down a break point 2, serving up 5-1, which is unfortunate for me personally. Pedro Sousa is up a break point on Mitch Kruger early.
You know what? That was stupid. And I know Pedro Sousa is absolutely awful on hard courts, but Mitch Kruger at a Grand Slam should never be $1.20. And I almost bet Souza just on principle. Just on principle there. I didn't, but I'm pissed off I didn't bet him. I had over 25 matches that I ended up finding value on. Like the books did an absolutely horrible job. One of every 5 matches was mispriced. And on top of that, I think I could have been justified in an Uchiyama bet. You know, there were a couple other matches where I was like, my edge isn't there totally, and I've already got so much outlaid. But I mean, they did a horrible job pricing up this first round. They really did.
One of my question marks for Uchiyama was the best of 5. That did put me off that a little bit as Kovanic breaks to get things back to 2-5 in the second.
Yeah, just terrible.
Gilles Simon off to a good start, up 3-love. Kevin Anders, Zverev's broken serving for the set.
I mean, isn't that just so typical for Sasha?
But Spread, that's great news for you. You just got 2 free games on the set guarantee,
I know,
potentially 3.
It. Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
And if Anderson serves here, either you're going to have an underdog up 7-5 with an over, or you're going to have a tie break. So I mean, what a beautiful turn.
And I mean, isn't that just so Zverev to just? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that was the Andy Murray. Do we know how many double faults happened in that game?
No, it's going back and forth. I have the Night Train on one on the split screen with the Zverev on the other.
You're never going to call him Shapovalov again, are you?
I probably will because I like the name Shapovalov.
It is a great. How do the Aussies pronounce it? Shapalabalabala.
What a mess.
Was that Brisbane?
No, that was in Melbourne, I think.
Was it Melbourne? Oh, I thought it was either Sydney or Brisbane, but either way, hilarious. He was so young at the time too. If my name is Shapovalov and someone pronounced it like that, I would be cackling as I walked out onto the court. He just kept a dead straight face. I believe. I don't think he was howling with laughter. Now,
how big is this for him here? Quarter serving 5-4, 30 all. This was a big issue for Dennis in Melbourne because he sets that he just really shouldn't have and ended up in a really terrible position in round 1 against Vucevic.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah. If the one thing you don't want to do and ask Zverev, remember the year that everyone said he couldn't win a 5th set and then he won 3 in a row at the French.
Yeah.
And all early, and then he ran out of gas. Like they will add up. When you have to play a 4th or 5th set unnecessarily, they do add up. And this is why you need to play with more margin for error in your game. And Kovanic quickly to 30-love. I have a nasty feeling right now.
Now Uchiyama with a set point on the Carreño Busta serve as well.
Wow. Second set point. It was 30-40. Now it's out there. Wow.
So wait, they have lines persons on the show courts, but not on the outside courts. That's
just weird. The 2, just not grandstand or 17, but they have it on Ash and Armstrong, which will also be slower courts, by the way, because they played Armstrong for Raonic Djokovic, and it was medium slow, the court pace index, and they hadn't used them last week, so the new surfaces haven't been broken in as much. So any match on those 2, I think you want to handicap is a relatively slow court. Yeah.
Oh, my stream froze.
Oh, Lisette. Qu'est-ce que tu fais, man?
1 set all. Quarter takes the second. Cam Norrie with a big hold there for 2-1 in the 5th set against Diego Schwartzman. Jack Sock down a set, but at 1-all there. What else have we got going on here? We've got Lorenzi versus Nakashima, and Tsitsipas is on against Albert Ramos. So really, look, the key thing I guess that we're going to be looking at over the next 5 minutes or so is this Cabrera situation in the second set here, is that she's already had 1 chance to serve it out. We're looking like we're now at, serving at 5-3. Can she put that to the side and actually make an impression here with a couple of points to start off and try and take a little bit of the pressure off here?
Sorry, 1 sec here. I'm just trying to get a Shapovalov tweet out. Because, getting on Canadians for unnecessary set drops is kind of what I have. It's what I do. It's who I am. Especially when the fitness is down like this. But we can tell when Twitch comments come in. Look at that. Sorry, can you ask that again, Steve? My apologies.
This is all very new, this Twitch thing. I need to get my head around this. I was just talking about the Cabrera. Just needed to get that first point or two to try and take a little bit of the pressure off here and put to the side the failed serve out at 5-1.
Yeah, and you know what? Has that at least not been an impressive part of her game today? After a long missed opportunity to break back, what does she do? She comes out and holds quickly for 4-5 and put the pressure right back on Kovinic. Kovinic holds. Oh, darn, I missed my chance at getting back level. What does she do to start the second set? I believe holds to love or holds to 15. Pressure right back on Kovinic. And now again here, oh boy, maybe I'm speaking too soon, but broken and consolidated for one of the two breaks back for Donka, and Lizette Cabrera gets out to 30 love.
Yeah, and I just saw a nice inside out forehand to get her to 15 love. A lot of comfort to be able to make that shot in this situation. Yeah, I see you commenting on Dark Sage's full predictions there,
huh? I wonder if you said that. What's the book that allows you to make your own bets? I think it's Sky Bet. I don't have access to it here in Britain. But if you had that prediction of Novak loses second round, plus none of the top 10 seeds reach the second week, plus the winner comes from outside top 50 in the world rankings, and it's like one of those, craft your own bet, and we'll price it up for you. What do you think the odds would be on that?
Like 888 to 1.
You would have got a great price if you could, if you had any way to kind of have a bookmaker price that up for you.
Wow, Kovinic just touched the line there. That didn't look into me, but
whoa, you
who am I to
scared me.
criticize Hawkeye?
That was the 30 love point.
Yeah,
I was like, did she go from 30 love to 30-40? Then I look back and she's got the set. Now I'm going to spoil it for spread just for that.
That's fine. I'm not too worried about it.
Just to touch on, I don't know if Dark Sage comment came up, but around that Novak losing in the second round, I actually think Kyle Edmund is a really interesting matchup if he were to get through to challenge. It depends on what Edmund we see this week and how well he goes against Bublik. But
he could be up 2 sets in 5-3 serving it out, and I would still think he's going to lose. Put it that way.
I think for him, whoever wins out of Edmund and Bublik, and I hope it's Edmund because I'm on him, they need to be fresh going into that match to be any semblance of a chance.
Well, I guess that kind of is a plus in that sense then, right? Because Edmund's not going to be working a ton on return. It's either you'll find a lot of quick Bublik holds and a lot of double faults and a lot of breaking himself. And I don't know if Edmund's going to have to exert himself too much on return at all, even if it goes 4 sets. Like that's probably the one plus you have there is Bublik doesn't like long points. He will intentionally hit winners or let them be unforced errors to shorten it up. So in that sense, you have an interesting look. My problem with Edmund is he would be one of the worst closeout mentally strong players on tour versus the absolute best at coming from behind. That is a tricky proposition. Even if he gets out ahead, I would look at Novak down 2 sets if it happened to be like, whoo, that price is really nice. Anything over, $2.50. And frankly, it probably would be that low because it's Novak. But like I'd still give him a very, very, very high chance to come back.
Alrighty, Uchiyama takes the first set over Carreño Busta 6-4. What else we got going on here? Schwartzman and Norrie at 2-all.
Kando's getting blasted in the tiebreak.
Who's that?
Anderson.
Kevin Anderson.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Wow. Good eye on that. Gilles Simon. Well, it looks like, we know he's all right in first sets. Clearly just fine right now.
Mm-hmm. Hurkacz breaks for 5-3. I think he was up a break earlier, so did let that slip, but he's been able to get that back and will now serve for the first set there. What else have we got? There's just a couple of matches that have not long kicked off, so not too much to really report there. And just the two, it looks like Friedsam is about to send Dolhide on her way out of the bubble.
Yeah, wow. That was one I was intrigued by an over look there. I think Noops was on that over. Surprisingly quick match. And that one, especially going to Friedson, I thought perhaps either I was looking at Dolehide minus games or the over, but just too much to fit everything into being bettable. So that was a pass, but still a surprising result. 2 points away.
It's been a big day. I think we've done enough.
Yeah,
I think
no kidding.
With this list, I wasn't searching. I didn't find myself searching for more.
Yeah, that's my problem. Is I never have to search for more because it always just finds me, and I hate that. I'm like, oh, look at this. Like the weeks I have, I try and explain to people when they want to sign up that this is a high volume service. Like we do find value, and we watch the challengers, we watch the high level ITF women's events like the 100Ks. We'll have some weeks 5 regular tournaments, 3 on the ATP side, 2 on the WTA, then 3 challengers. Like there's going to be volume early in weeks sometimes, and it's a blessing and a curse because it works, but it's always nerve-wracking. Even if you're confident in your abilities, it's always nerve-wracking when you have this much money down. And Snize, if he's still around in the chat, knows exactly what I'm talking about.
I think he's just heading to work.
He's heading off
there you
to
go.
work.
Let me see here. Steve replies to the Chapo tweet with the jumping backhand. I love it. Knows exactly how to do it. Knows exactly where to push. All right. Are we on a Lizette bathroom break? Is that what's going on right now? It appears like this one hasn't been I'm anxious for this third set to commence.
I mean, I got the stream on and I see neither player on court.
I got an end of set notification 4 minutes ago, so I'm assuming we're on a toilet break.
Yeah, neither of them are in their chairs.
And I wonder if the tournament is going to let the toilet breaks effectively play as the heat rules, even with, if it's not hot enough to get there on the heat rules alone. Because I feel like it's going to be 6-7 minutes anyway, which is just a few shy of the 10. Now, I'm sure the turn doesn't want to. I'm sure they want to, especially in the first 4 days of the tournament when they have so many matches to get through that they probably don't want to be extending things or prolonging things. But with the fitness levels, it's probably wise to let these players have 5, 6, 7 minute toilet breaks in between the second and third sets for the women, and maybe the third and the fourth, or the fourth and the fifth for the men.
So thinking about what's coming up in the next kind of 20, 30 minutes. So you're on Cabrera to win. I've got Cabrera plus 2.5. What else have we got in play at the moment? Is there anything else?
Is Kirsten Flipkens starting soon?
Let me have a look.
No, she starts later.
Yeah, Flipkens doesn't start till we got 3 hours, so she comes on.
Next is Kostya Kozakina.
Which court are they on?
That I can't tell you from Flash.
I got it. Let me check.
Okay, Daria Kasatkina. See, the thing is, if they're on after Schwartzman and Norrie, that could be 5 hours from now. Court 15, no, court 5 is Schwartzman and Norrie. I just hate the slam order of plays on the first day because, combing through all the courts and there's 6, 7, 8 matches on the end, it's so difficult to just comb through it. Even when it's sitting right in front of you in a nice grid, it's still so tough, eh?
Mm-hmm.
There it is. Yeah, see? 65% of bankroll out right now on the between outrights and first round. That is about double what I ended up having out. I'm not nervous, but I do get, kind of, until I get a couple matches in the win column, I kind of get a little tense when I have 30% out. This morning I woke up and we had Mayar Sharif and Martina Di Giuseppe come through for me to put a little bit money back into the bankroll, which was a nice little start. And so far today, I cannot complain. Right now, I think we're 1 loss, 3 wins, and Cabrera in a third set on a big play. So would be really nice if Cabrera could pull this out.
Oh, yeah, I would like Cabrera as well because, I have nowhere near the amount you guys have involved here for the day. But, look, I think I've got 10 and a half units, I think, out, but 3.5 of those units are at $5 plus. So it's nice to maybe get a play or two and feel like you're not behind. I personally don't mind it, but I just know from a general Twitter response perspective that, you know, it's better to be kind of in the green when you're going into taking, you know, someone for 2.5 units at over $5, which has now drifted out towards $7. So that's not looking great for me, but what can you do?
Yeah, you know what? We mentioned earlier that there are a lot of good prices in that range in the first round, right? So the nice part is if we can get Lizette Cabrera here, I like to be up, you know, 4-1 with a couple big unit underdogs coming through. It really gives me a almost free roll sensation on those high unit or high odds kind of smaller plays, because I mean, if those hit, you're really looking at big days, and if not, it's still a plus day. It's only a half unit loss. So it's amazing how we're not results oriented per se, but your mentality while you're in the middle of watching all these matches kind of can be altered by how things have gone or how things are going. You get much more nervous about those high odds plays when you're 500 to start the day and they decide winning or losing day, right? Versus a guaranteed winning day locked in, and now you can just sit back and enjoy. And you know, you go 1 and 2 on those $5.50 plays, and it's profit on 1 and 2, I believe.
Yeah. Looks like Kovanic is off to a quick start after the toilet break here at 30 love on serve.
Jorge, so Flipkins is on court 7. That was the court that had Vondersova and Garcia already finished their matches, so that's nice. Currently, it's Safwat versus Simone,
and that's going quick.
Yeah, and then they'll have Giron versus Pullman. So she'll probably be pretty close to the 6 p.m. Eastern time that they ever scheduled for.
Yeah, you know what? I think that's one is a fun one to talk about. That's another one I almost pulled the trigger on. Was Mark Pullman's. I think Marcus Giron is probably, again, like when you get these guys who are solid players and have done more on the tour than Pullman's, they're deserved favorites. I get that. But man, he's just not someone that's going to hit Pullman's off the court. He's not an overwhelming player. He's got there's always a path to victory to beat him, and I don't understand how you can have guys out there at $3.40, $3.50 against those types of players. They should never be huge favorites because there's always a path to victory to get through them. So, you know, that's one I almost pulled the trigger on as well. I'm hoping to see a nice long match there. Even though I haven't bet it, I'd like to see Pullman's really push.
And we know he can, because he did have that great 5-set win over Kukushkin in Melbourne. Pullman's struggled to back up the next day, I think it was. I think he got heated out and then had to very quick turnaround, which was never going to work well for him. But yeah, he's the type of player who, you know, has a fitness base. And like I said at the start of the stream, you're looking for people that you know can go the distance. And we saw that, you know, even late in that 4th set, Jordan Thompson was able to consistently put pressure on Travaglia with his serve. And that's going to be the difference here. If you know your player can go 5 sets, and that's why I have a trading selection on John Millman, that if you know you've got someone who can produce a similar level, and hang on, we have a medical timeout in Shapovalov versus Korda.
Let me go over there. Let me go check there.
I think, yeah, if you know you've got someone with a solid fitness base who can push someone, and, you know, thinking potentially down the line for Millman, I think he's lined up to maybe face Medvedev in round 3 if they both make it. That, you know, on a hot day, that Millman's not the type of player I'd want to be against if he's been working on his fitness base for the last 6 months.
Right. Yeah, it's boy, this is a huge game for Lizette, even early in the set. But that's an interesting one too. The thing is, the only thing I don't like about the previous results stuff with guys like Pullman's is that I don't think there's a greater home court advantage in tennis in the world than down under. I really don't. I mean, there's no country I think that cares more and gets loud for their players nearly as much as the Aussies do. Like, you just don't see it. I mean, Shapovalov, when he was first coming up against Nadal, was electric. I remember a few of those atmospheres, but like if he was on a day match on center court at the Aviva Center here in Toronto, there's no one there. That's why these guys are all at night now, and they will be every time the men are here. They'll have Auger-Aliassime and Shapovalov back to back all the time, I'm sure, or they'll probably have one during the day session to try and get some day tickets sold. But I'm not sold on these guys when they're not in Australia, because like the outside courts at the frickin' Aussie Open when Jordan Tomo is playing. Like, it's just nuts. And I think that contributes to it. Like, the Brits are crazy for tennis, but, the posh Wimbledon crowd is nice and quiet and dainty. And, they almost work against their players, right? The pressure over there is totally opposite. It builds pressure on the players. There's just nothing like being an Aussie at home. So I feel like that kind of weighs in there too with those kinds of wins. But I would love to see Coleman's do well today. I really would. And if the fitness base is there, that's awesome. Johnny Millman he's built for 35-degree humid days at the U.S. Open to play 5 sets. I mean, one need only ask Roger Federer how playing him in heat and humidity is. The guy is an animal. Pretty sure he's bionic.
Now, Kovanic's return from the toilet break far better than Cabrera.
Oh, so close. Come on, please, Lizette. I really like it'd be such a nice start to the Open.
When her toss shortens up, she's shooting everything long. Nerves.
Yeah, third set of the Grand Slam.
Taking the MTO here on my other TV.
Sorry, who was it? Quarter? Or
no, Shapo. Yeah. So the night train's getting some maintenance right now.
Oh my god! Oh my gosh! Yeah, the question there about how many are playing, that is a schedule quirk. They usually try and balance the men's and women's matches on each court. That way, they don't have one court with playing 5 best-of-5 in a row and another court with 6 best-of-3 matches on it. It's just how it's playing out, I guess, right?
You've basically got at the moment, you've got a couple of men's matches that started a little bit earlier that are going to go long, and now we've got the men's matches after the women's match from before, and they're just overlapping. That's why we've got such a big number of men's matches compared to the women's at the moment. I think there's been 8 women's matches that we've seen a final result with compared to the men.
So, Jorge, on our Cabrera side, are we worried now that she dropped love too and basically has looked lifeless now after?
Yes.
Yeah, it is. It's concerning.
I mean, yeah. Look, if she could go from 15 love and get to like 15-40 right now, and then maybe 30-40 and then break, we're right back in it. She's been serving fairly effectively today. Like, she's either been broken or she's been holding with relative ease. The longer service games have mostly been Kovinic's. So if we can get the break back, you're still down 1-2. You still need the consolidation to get level. But I'm more confident in Lizette consolidating breaks right now than I am Donka Kovinic, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, and they threw a stat on the screen. The return in play is even 78 and 77%.
Wow. Steve, you see the number of break points generated in this Norrie-Schwartzman match?
A lot.
26 each.
Wow.
They've generated, and one's converted, I think, 9 and the other 8. 52 break points across, let's see here, the 5th set. It's over 10 a set, and there's been some really short sets. So, I mean, what have we got?
So
10?
52 of the 311 points have been break points.
That is an incredible number. Considering you have to have at least 3 points to get to a break point, that's an incredible number.
I think they've had a lot of digs out of love 40, 15-40.
Yeah, that or getting to deuce and then it's deuce, add out, deuce, add out. Remember that one Norrie game? Felt like it was deuce, add out forever before Schwartzman finally took one. Those will also, I guess, add to that. But my goodness, it looks like there's an injury break here, as Bet365 says, aka MTO. So maybe Norrie is trying a little tactical maneuver, being 8 points from elimination.
I'll just take a look through the scores there. So Carreño Busta's up 3 love in the second set after dropping the first. So it looks like order has been restored there a little bit. Kovinic now serving at 2 love 40-30. Not a great result, if we're being honest.
No, not at all.
And Tsitsipas up early 4-1 on Ramos. So did we get any idea of what was going on with Chapo?
No, he's back out and he's playing again. It would look like just some basic stretching.
Well, yeah, the little lower back massage is what I was seeing as they came back from commercial break here from the changeover, and they caught the tail end of the MTO. It looks like that's what it was, but he looks fine out there. Korda blew a point on the first point of the service game, and I think he's pulled this one wide at 15-0. Looked like a good shot. No, it was in. That was an excellent angle. Almost pulled it a little wide.
Cabrera just nets. Just sails an easy forehand there. Can't take advantage of the weak slice there from Kovinic, and Kovinic has a game point.
It's just incredible that the books are going to get away with this. Like, it's absolutely mind-boggling to me that they're going to get away with such an incredibly irresponsible price. Like, it just bugs me. Oh, Korda, dry volley coming in on the serve and volley. Netted. Don't do it, kids.
Pedro Souza, 6-3 up on Mitch Kruger.
Oh my gosh, I'm not sure. We're on Twitch, so it's an applicable thing. But if you ever get the chance to look up the emote KEKW, KEKW, that is exactly the emote I would use to describe that scoreline. Absolutely brilliant. Pedro Souza up 6-3 on Mitch Kruger on a hard court. You just love to see it. Go on now, Pedro. Go on then. You got to cheer for him. You have to cheer for him, right? Like, unless you're on Kruger in some capacity, which I would really hope no one is.
No. Okay, so big service game coming up for Cabrera at Love 3 and third. Really kind of a make or break service game, really, in terms of just trying to stay in touch here. So we'll see what unfolds there. If we're just having another look through, Hurkacz looking like he's threatening maybe to break midway through this second set. The medical timeout continues over on the Schwartzman-Norrie court. And Sonego is serving to stay in the second set against Mannarino.
Yeah, he's steadied out here in the second day after that poor start in the first.
And 15-all for Cabrera currently on her service game there. Gilles Simon, 6-1 in the first set and now serving at Love 1 at 15-all. No lead or deficit is safe in a Gilles Simon match, and I am thoroughly enjoying not being a part of it.
Yep. Can confirm.
Cabrera looks to really be struggling here.
It's just this girl plays 3 different matches in 3 sets. It's you know what? It's like who's the next round here? For Kovinic.
Isn't it Kiki?
To be the winner of Lynette and Inglis.
Oh boy, I hope that Maddie covers for you, but I would love Lynette versus Kovinic. Anything under 5.5 or 6 games is absolutely getting played there. Absolutely. If they line at 6.5, I'll pass. I'll bite my tongue and pass. But anything under that, anything under 6.5, like that is such a mismatch. This is a mismatch, but the kid can't take care of business.
And
which is just, it's
and just watching it has just been painful. Dunk hasn't done anything in this set but just return the ball.
Like, this is, I would love to sit down, and I'm sure that, like, there are some sort of sports psychologists out there who would love to sit down and just chat with players like Lizette Cabrera or Denis Shapovalov, like, just try and get into their psyche, because it's incredible how they can go from dominant to absolutely piss poor in the span of 7 minutes. Like, so 7 minutes turned her from a world beater and a mentally strong, capable player, able to serve it out despite losing one of her 2 breaks, into someone who cannot put a ball inside a massive tennis court.
So just to take a look at the stats here for the third set, Kovinic has put 90% of her first serves into play, so 9 out of 10. Cabrera, 40%. Kovanic 2 winners and 1 unforced error, with Cabrera at 0 winners and 7 unforced errors. So,
yeah, I mean, it's just as simple as hitting the ball back at this point. I mean,
this section, though, if Kontaveit is pushed, as we all suspect she will be by Collins and even beaten, this section is going to put someone into the 4th round that would be either Lynette, Inglis, Kovinic, Arcanata, Yuvon, or Danielle Collins.
and this is an all-time meltdown from Cabrera. I mean, this is just no fun to watch.
It's just brutal because she should have been the favorite, and I couldn't even capitalize on
the
on
mistake. Yeah.
It's those are just the most frustrating. Yeah, and you know what? The 2.5's in danger here too for you, eh, Steve?
Yeah, I think that's that ship is sailing. A little bit like the night train is sailing with Dennis.
Does he have a break, or is he just holding again?
He's okay. It's on serve there.
Yeah. Oh, he's up there at love 30. Okay, that's why. Well, that's really intriguing. That's intriguing for sure.
Another tricky spot here for Jack Sock, serving at 4-all deuce. He's just got a point now to hopefully try and hold here for 5-4, which he really needs to do, because I just can't picture, off such little tennis, Jack Sock coming from 2 sets to love down would be a monumental effort.
Yeah. Yeah. Physically speaking.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there you go. Look at this. Diego Schwartzman, after completely having his backhand completely desert him in the 3rd and 4th set there, is looking at these 2 points from victory now. Up 5-3 on Nori's serve, 15-30. Chance to just end it, not have to serve it out in a match where serving it out, it does not look like it's the easy route to take.
Mm-hmm. And interesting, so the winner of Nori Schwartzman plays Coria.
Wow. Oh, man. Is that not I was going to say a dream scenario for Coria, having these guys battle it out for so long, but he was in a 5th set too. Although those 3rd and 4th sets took a lot less out of him than I think. Even Schwartzman didn't have a ton taken out of him, those 6-2, 6-1. They were fairly straightforward. So it's going to be interesting, people handicapping a 5-setter versus a 5-setter when really, a couple sets in each one of those 5-setters was extremely fast, right? Well, are we gonna potentially see a crazy comeback? Oh no! Well, of course, as soon as I bring it up, one break point goes.
Not cool. Not cool.
Come on! If she wins this match, I'll be the super happiest person ever alive. Put it that way. Come on, Lizette. Make me a believer.
Steve, if you filled out a bracket, how far would you have Tsitsipas going? Do you expect a big tournament from him? I'm watching pretty good.
I had him winning the quarter, and he's my outright pick.
Oh, okay. So you're really big on him, huh?
Yeah.
Well, you have to be liking what you're seeing so far from him.
Mm-hmm. And there we go. Cabrera gets 1 break back.
Can we get some of these emojis?
Here we go.
You know what? I'm setting myself up for such disappointment because in the back of my mind, I'm like, I believe, man.
I don't. I've already chalked it up as an L.
I'm starting to believe.
But then so you're starting to believe. I just need 3 games. And
I think you're live, Steve. I just don't see her being able to surmount this deficit. I think she, coming out so flat to start the 3rd is just so tough to overcome.
Shapovalov blows love 40, and he's doing so in spectacular fashion with errors. Oh my word! Do they have unforced errors on Flash Score now? Where are we getting these unforced errors? Oh yeah, they are on Flash Score. Only for slams. Only for slams. I hate that. Just if they can do it for slams, why can't they do it every tournament?
Which match do you want? I'm just scrolling through the
Oh,
screen.
I've got it here. It's 22 winners to 28 unforced errors for Chapo, 22 to 30 for Corda. I actually don't hate the strategy of Corda trying to play with that low margin kind of mindset like Chapo is, because if he can generate some winners, he knows he's going to get free points from Chapo. Like, it kind of levels the playing field a bit. Like, sure, give him some free points as well, but don't try and play like a wall and let Chapo just try and hit through you, because if he gets in a groove, he's going to do it easily. I don't mind this approach from Corda. Although you look at Sebastian Corda on the court, he's just like so scrawny. Like, you just never believe he's going to do well in a best of 5 sets format. But Chapo gives matches away sometimes. You never know.
In terms of interesting things that could happen here, if Norrie forces Schwartzman to serve for the match after all of this, we could be in for another. Yep.
Oh my word.
5-4.
Oh my word. The break point conversion rates are like 30 and 35%, and neither of these guys is a massive server. Like, both of them are struggling with their break point opportunities, it seems.
It's all happening at the moment. Now Jack Sock has a set point to tie things up against Cuevas.
That over. Oh, the over! Come on, Pablo. No! I knew it! Even an over 3.5 sets as part of like a parlay would have been an interesting look there. You just knew that was coming.
Serving for the first set now against Lorenzi at 5-3. We've got Cressy up. He's held serve and is love 30 on Kovalik. What else have we got unfolding here? We've got Cabrera and Kovanic, which I'm just trying to not look at for a little bit.
Yeah, I keep trying to push away the live scores, but like every time I come back, it's like, oh, she's broken. Then it's 15 love. Now it's 15 love and 30-15. And I'm like, oh my God, do not tease us with a hold.
Mm-hmm.
If she goes break, hold, break, and gets back to 3-4 and then gets broken for 3-5, I will cry.
I won't, but
Yeah, I still have this match on, even though in my head, like, I don't think that she can win it.
Yeah.
Chapo with an excellent point to get back to deuce, and now he's even got another break point in a game where he's blown love 40. So big moments here as Norrie wins the first point on Diego's attempt to serve it out. Oh boy, what a match! What's the time on this match?
They've been going a while. I mean, to be fair, we've just ticked into our 5th hour of the live stream. So thanks to everyone who's joined in and watched along across, well, for me, the night, as we now tick to 5 a.m.
Jesus.
There's a couple of interesting little matches here as Norrie goes to love 30 with Schwartzman trying to serve it out.
3 hours and 45. Yeah.
Cabrera had 40-15, but is now back to 40-30, and back to deuce. Okay. Now serving it at 1-4, and that could be costly.
Damn, so close. We were a point away there from like, oh, the pressure is all on Donka now. And Shapovalov takes a forehand, cross court, and put it 2 feet out, and now he's screaming at his box from the other end of the court. Because the kid, he can't help himself. He cannot. It's so frustrating as a Canadian to watch his matches with his talent, because he cannot think through a point. He cannot say, you know what, I'm at a break point situation in the 3rd set of a Grand Slam. Take something off the damn ball.
Mm-hmm.
Find an angle. And then he screams at his coaching, as if like, what am I supposed to do in this situation? Like, if you can't think through a point on break point by now, you're never going to win a slam in a men's field that is got a ton of good, talented young players who can think through things like that.
A 3rd game point goes begging there for Cabrera. Schwartzman's back to 30 all there.
Oh boy.
Nakashima's taken the first set off Lorenzi, and Cressy's up 2 love, 30 love early. There's a little bit going on here. Big couple of points for Cabrera in terms of her chances, and everyone's chances at any type of bet on that match, I think.
This would be a huge hold, though. Another spot where it's like, once again, she's come through and proven that, wow, what a strong hold after blowing 3 game points. If she could get this 4th one, there's the break for Chapo, by the way, much needed.
Mm-hmm.
Like, as frustrating as her play can be, she comes up with in certain spots with such mental fortitude it's like with her talent and her mental fortitude in certain situations, you just think like she can go places, man. She can go places, but she's got to learn again, almost like a Chapo. Play with some margin. You can't lose 4 straight games multiple times in a match, or 3 straight games multiple times in a match, and expect to be a consistent contender in big tournaments. So that's the next step.
Of course, Schwartzman and Norrie is at due, so now a break point for Norrie to get it back to 5-all.
Wow. Oh my gosh. Take it, Cameron. I'm not going to watch Chapo serve this set out because he's up 40 love and he'll be a game away. So I'm going to go back to this Cam Norrie match, albeit I'm a few points behind, but I don't care. I'll
try not to ruin it. We'll talk about the other matches that are on. We've got a
screen too.
We have a set point here for Tsitsipas as well. A little bit going on. So Sock's been able to flip the script on Quaybus and is up 1 love in the third. Sousa and Kruger on serve in the second after Sousa surprised, I think, of most people by taking that first set. And
Max Cressy was another one, I think. 10% owned in daily fantasy. Almost as high as Denis Shapovalov. I think a lot of people recognize some value fading a clay quarter there with a big server who should also bring you some aces, albeit he'll probably wipe out all that success with double faults as well. But, because aces are worth, what, 40% of double faults? So you need to go 2-1 essentially. No, even 2-1, you're a losing proposition.
So I have a live team at the moment that is Kerber, Thompson, Cressy, and then Bondarenko, Coco, and Edmund.
I like all of those. I'm on Coco today, so that's a really See, I looked so promising to start. Thompson, Jung, Chapo won his first set. Cressy's off to a nice start, and then Jung kind of faded. Thompson with that third set loss kind of hindered the ability to maximize his points. Cabrera was in there as well, and now she's down 30 love, so she's going to lose her match. So it was, it was a tease of a team. I didn't play any of the big money contests today just because I didn't like the slate nearly as much as I think I'll like tomorrow's. So I liked to go with that. I should have had Flipkins in here probably somewhere, but I think she was a little more expensive than I wanted. Like considering the pricing I had on the betting market, I feel like she was a bit. There it is. Wow, the break. I feel like she was a bit expensive, but this is incredible stuff. This is incredible. These two are going at it.
Kovanic quickly out to 40 love here, serving at 4-2. So I now have my selection of Cabrera plus 2.5. That lack of hold at 5-1 in the second set is now coming back to bite me a little bit, as I'm going to have to sit through the next service game there to see what unfolds.
And if she wins the service game, you're good, right?
Yeah.
3 and 3 is 6. Yeah. So 5 minus 2 would be 2. Yeah, you'd be good if she holds the next service game. That's incredible. Oh, Lizette, why do you have to do that? Why do you have to get one of the 2 breaks back? Why do you have to go down a double break to start with?
Yeah, I mean, it was just so disappointing after such, a hard-fought match either way for her to just come out so flat in the third.
All it takes, it was just a 15-minute patch there, and that's flipped the game.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
This honestly, though, and it hasn't ended yet. There's a second serve coming. Lizette gets us to 40-30. Yeah, and she has. Oh boy. Come on. Dude, if she breaks right now from 40 love, come on. Don't get back to 40-30 and do this to us. Like, this is just the most mean way to lose. Donka is still perfect on break point opportunities. She has not lost to break point yet. Like, Lizette has saved 0 points. Balle de Brise, she saved 0 of them.
So, how do you think Diego Schwartzman's feeling serving at 5-6 in the 5th set after failing to serve it out in a match that's had 55 break point chances?
Considering the fact that last hold was also to love, so it wasn't even like he got it to deuce and then it was a hold, and like the pressure is just flooded onto him here. And that 30 love point too at 15 love, the point 430 love for Nori. A beautiful return from Schwartzman, and Nori kind of digs it out of the ground and puts a perfect angle on it. And Schwartzman just watches it go to the other end of the court and thinks, and you can see on his face, like, come on, what more can I do on a return of serve to win that point? Oh my God, she got back to deuce, and now it's at him. Why?
This is exactly what I didn't want when she's about to have to serve at 3-5.
Damn it. Oh. Yeah,
We'll see
because this is a back-breaking way to go down 2-5, is give yourself hope and then lose it.
Is it over? I'm still at 30-40 on my stream.
40-30, you mean?
40-30.
If it was 30-40, I would have been a lot happier right now. Oh, it's back to deuce. Come on, please. This would be so awesome. Oh, come on, Lizette. This is
Can I get some more of those Donka double faults?
Oh my God. Donka doubles? Want some Donka doubles? Oh, is this not a great roller coaster match, though? As much as I don't want it to be because I'm on it in a fairly large capacity, I'm enjoying watching
it. For a match that probably everyone who's tuning in the stream like at random is like, what?
Why are they so invested?
They thought we're talking about Novak and Serena. Instead, we're going life and death with Donka Kavinic and Lizette Cabrera.
Yeah, that's what it's all about at Grand Slam level. It's triple match points for Cam Norrie.
How many in a row is that now? He won the last game to Love. He's up Love 40 here. I think he broke to 15. No, he broke from deuce. Sorry, the game before. So, wow, just what a turnaround. Poor Diego. And he's so much fun to watch in the second and third rounds of slams that it's tough to lose a guy like Diego Schwartzman so early.
But I'll be keeping an eye on him in the French Open in 3 weeks. It's probably good for his chances there to be able to get back over to, if it does go ahead, as Kovinic is back at deuce with Cabrera.
Oh God, don't put up. Please do not put up an A beside Lizette.
We had a similar game here in the first set that decided the first set.
Yeah, but that one was the other way around. It was like 3 or 4 break points. No, she did save like 5 game points before she got her break points and missed. And she cannot win at deuce. She just can't win the big point to give herself an opening to get back in it.
Gee, Cressy's up 4 love, 30 love on Kovalik.
Yeah, if he could stop double faulting, I mean, he'd be a great. Well, he has lately. He's still only at 3 double faults. Nice little DFS piece. I think if Cabrera somehow finds a way to come back here, which again, the odds are heavily against that. But if she were to find a way to come back, just the Jung loss I could probably handle, and maybe sneak into the cash with Cressy if Shapovalov wins in 4, if Thompson winning in 4, and Bondarenko being a flipped price. And 69% of the field, 68% of the field not having her there at that flip price. There's a chance I could sneak into the cash. Look at this. Schwartzman battle back to 30-40.
And Norrie looks like he's taken it with the 58th break point of the match.
Jeez Louise, man. Diego, fights back, and there it is. Lizette 5-2, 2-5. Damn.
So Kovinic holds for 5-2.
That's so frustrating.
Yeah. Dennis takes the third set, 6-3 over quarter. What else have we got going on here? Carreño Busta still in control in the second set. Jack Sock up 3 love in the third. Gilles Simon finding himself in a tricky little spot in that second set at 2-3 30 all. And Tsitsipas well and truly ahead of Albert Ramos.
Yeah, I'm glad I ended up laying off the plus 9.5 there. I truly thought, Tsitsipas not a great returner on quicker surfaces. Ramos, not the worst server, but just not a lot of play from Ramos Vignolas. Nothing to inspire the fact that Tsitsi might lose here. And last week he played a lot of big servers too, so managed to lay off that. Pretty happy I did right about now. And
it looks like Kruger's got on top in the second set over Paul Pedro. So that's sitting at 3-6-4-1. Hurkacz struggling a little bit in this second set. It looks like it's going to be a tight one. So it'll be interesting to see how the next 10 to 15 minutes unfold there. Mannarino is up 6-1, 6-4, 2-all, but down love 40 on serve.
Oh, does Mannarino want to play a 3-set match?
Oh,
Like,
what's the fun in that?
He lives for 4 and 5 setters.
Exactly.
Winning in straight sets is not nearly as fun as winning in 5. I mean, not for the Mannarino.
15-all for Cabrera.
Oh yeah, this is a big old for me. I've already tuned out. Like it's over for me.
Yeah, that losing that game was just too much, and that was the second game with Kovanic at I think it was 4-3 in the first, but with Kovanic at 4 games where she's able to basically win a game with extended deuces, and mentally, I think that's just too much to overcome here for Cabrera.
This is going to be a frustrating one on the plus 2.5 if she can't find a way out of here.
Yeah, I'm max betting Magdalene. I don't care. I'm going to put far too much money on that.
In another interesting revelation, Zvereva's been broken at 5-all in the second set, and now Kevin Anderson will serve to tie things up.
Let's go.
And double match point for Kovanic.
Yeah, I'm done with this. I'm gonna put Kando on.
Yeah. Plot twist. Saves both. Holds for 3-5, breaks for 4-5, holds for 5-all, makes a sprint to the finish for 7-5. The odds are off. A point is finished. There's one save. Come on. And there's Shapo. Third set to Denis Shapovalov. And it's not over because he blew the second set. Just feel like I need to put that out there. They're all such incredibly talented but incredibly frustrating players to watch, other than Leylah Annie Fernandez.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Bianca, to a certain degree, sometimes, she's been relatively consistent for what it's worth, but a lot of injury problems there. But the two men, yeah, there it is. It's over officially. Cabrera's out.
Yeah, that's just disappointing because it felt like we were on the right side, but she just couldn't do it. All the opportunities were there. Like I said, a lot of times Donka's just hitting the ball back. The match was right there for her to take. So, like you said, maybe get in the chair with the psychologist and figure out what it is that's preventing her from overcoming these things.
Yeah, it's just it's just frustrating. Like, I like that play so much too. My 2-unit plays since the restart have just been like, I'm up right now, probably about 17 units since the restart, and I'm 0-5 or 6, maybe 7 on 2 and 2.5 unit plays. Like, I'm just smashing regular plays that I really like, and I'm keeping it 1 unit because the numbers just don't dictate it. And then every time the numbers show me to play bigger, they've lost. And I know that that's just a variance thing. That's a small sample size issue. It's not something to overlook. But even when the variance hits, it's still annoying. Like, you understand what is happening, but it's still like frustrating to think, if if Ons Jabeur doesn't completely melt down from 5-4, 40-15 up against Azarenka, what if? What if Lizette wasn't a total basket case? What if all these what ifs compound? And it's like, man, it could have been a massive month of August, but that's the way it works.
Alrighty, Cressy takes the first set 6-1 over Kovalik. Sonego is up that break in the third set against Mannarino. Carreño Busta takes the second set. Hurkacz is now serving for a 2-sets-to-love lead. Gilles Simon struggling through the second set, comparatively speaking, to the first set. Nakashima up on Lorenzi, and Tsitsipas looks to be in control as well.
Yeah, I don't think we were ever going to see any other results from Lorenzi and Nakashima. It's just, Paolo, how much more can he have in the tank? He's been such a warrior for so long. But I mean, at some point when you're off surface and you're, what is he, 39 or 38? at some point, you just can't do it anymore, especially against a youthful young player who's had some nice results and has really picked his game up this year in Brandon Nakashima.
Again, it'll be interesting to see how Nakashima goes as things progress in terms of the best of 5 format as well, because it is a new experience for a lot of these players, and it's not going to, it's not the easiest conditions to be able to just step up and play best of 5.
Yeah. Well, that remains to be seen playing against someone like Lorenzi. Are we
It's looking like he is in control here. Another couple of break points to take a 4-1 lead in the second set.
Chapo has a break, by the way, as well in the fourth. So that one, hopefully, for those who are watching up here like myself, hoping we can get a run out of Shapovalov, a nice early break. And now if he can just continue to serve well, we should be seeing him through the second round.
Alrighty. Now, I guess one thing I want to ask just while we're here, we'll step away from tennis for a second. Spread. Do you give my Miami Heat any chance of causing an upset today?
Yes, they played Milwaukee very well so far this year, and I also, I don't know. I mean, Orlando really didn't prove to be much of a problem. The step up in class defensively that Miami's going to have. I mean, that Miami's going to force Milwaukee to make. I think is just huge, and I think I think you guys bode well, especially in that first game. Trust Spoelstra to look at the tape and be able to come up with more of a definitive game plan right off the bat. Not to mention the in-game adjustments. Spoelstra should have an advantage too.
That's exactly what I wanted to hear.
Yeah, it should be a fun.
I want to know what chance you give the Nuggets to complete the comeback in Game 7.
I'd probably put them at like 60 to 70%. I think that last game was crushing for Utah. Obviously, anything can happen in a Game 7, and the Nuggets have struggled in Game 7s before. I know that from the painful loss last year when they lost to Portland, and I had way too much money on them. But I think it's really tough to come back from that. And if Gobert doesn't play, he played great, at the beginning, and we haven't seen much since the second restart, I guess you would say. So if it continues like that, Denver wins hands down.
Well, that sounds positive for both of us.
Yeah.
I hope you're right, Spencer.
Today, yeah. Boy, if Anderson gets this set, I pretty much have that over home, huh?
Yeah, unless someone's hurt and loses love. I mean,
all right, and he got that. So that means it's time for me to throw Kasatkina on my screen. Let's go.
Wait, is she up?
She should be up here real soon, shouldn't she?
I don't see her even in warm-up on Bet365. They would normally post her. She's warm-up.
This is 12:30 is the start time for me. It's 12:19 here on California. So let me see what court that should be. I'd really like to see her do well. I'm definitely not outlaying any money on that, but boy, I think it would be so nice to have her. I think she's got such a different game than a lot of the young women who just bash the ball so much. When she was doing well, so much fun, and we just haven't seen that player for over a year.
Alrighty. Well, we might look to, as we edge towards, I know some of these players have been playing for a while, but we've been kind of sitting on the stream here for nearly 4.5 hours. So we might look to maybe wrap things up for now, if that sounds okay.
Yeah, we got through the first 2 matches for most courts. So that's what I was hoping for, was a nice stream, go through the first matches and second, and it was good.
And I might just duck off for a quick nap, I think, as we get towards 5:20 in the morning.
It's interesting you did that, Steve. Usually when I do the European tournaments, I just start a little bit later. So
yeah, I thought for this, it'd be good to kind of get out there for the first day of play and kind of see how things shape up. But yeah, look, I think we'll do this plenty of times over the next couple of weeks. So thanks for thanks for jumping on, guys, and thanks to Noops before for jumping on. Thanks to everyone who's kind of popped in and out and chatted in the stream over the last 4.5 hours, be it through Facebook, YouTube, Periscope, or Twitch. Still need to get my head around Twitch. Yeah, so we'll try and keep doing this as much as we can. And if you have any questions, make sure you get in touch with any of us on Twitter. I think I put everyone's handles in the name of this stream, so you should be able to contact anyone through there. And we will be back again, I'm sure, sometime in the next day or two to keep things ticking along. So fingers crossed we can have a positive result or two to finish off day one. But it looks like overall a pretty interesting start to the tournament.
Definitely.
Any final words, guys?
No, just thanks to everyone for tuning in.
Perfect. Sounds good. We will see you all next